exacta, and trifecta wagering. Race 3, number 3, Rose Run Amy. Change the driver to Mark Hedworth. Mark Hedworth will drive number 3, Rose Run Amy. Number 4, Play On Player. Make the driver Emmanuel Miller. Emmanuel Miller will drive number 4, Play On Player. You may scratch the number 5 horse, Angel in Paradise. Scratch Transportation. Scratch number 5 for Transportation. Turn to race 4. Race 4, there'll be Win, Place, Show, Exacta, Quinella, and Trifecta Wagering. Race 4, number 3, Smooth Talkin'. Change the driver to Emmanuel Miller. Emmanuel Miller will drive number 3, Smooth Talkin'. Turn to race 5. Race 5, there'll be Win, Place, Show, Exacta, and Trifecta Wagering. Race 5, number 3, Lather Up Athens. Make the driver Scott Bateson. Scott Bateson will drive number 3, Lather Up Athens. Turn to race 6. Race 6 will be the second division of that Chuck Peter Memorial. Again, that's the 3-year-old filly trot, the Chuck Peter Memorial. In race 6, there will be Win, Place, Show, Exacta, and Trifecta Wagering. Race 6, you may scratch the number 6 horse, Oh Well Bell, Personal. Scratch number 6, Personal. Turn to race 7. Race 7, there'll be Win, Place, Show, Exacta, Quinella, and Trifecta Wagering. Race 7, number 4, Granite Ridge Lady. Make the driver Mark St. Louis Jr. Mark St. Louis Jr. will drive number 4, Granite Ridge Lady. Number 6, Ollie Sweet Cake. Change the driver to Rod Allums Jr. Rod Allums Jr. will drive number 6, Ollie Sweet Cake. Turn to race 8. Race 8, there will be Win, Place, Show, Exacta, Quinella, and Trifecta Wagering. Race 8, number 3, Luke's Rainbow. Change the driver to Pierce Henry. Pierce Henry will drive number 3, Luke's Rainbow. Number 4, Rose Run Zoom. Change the driver to Drew Neal. Drew Neal will drive number 4, Rose Run Zoom. Number 5, Super Begonia. There's a change in ownership to E.G. Trott of Findlay. E.G. Trott of Findlay is the owner of Super Begonia, and change the driver on Super Begonia to Cody Greeno. Cody Greeno will drive number 5, Super Begonia. Turn to race 9. Race 9, there will be Win, Place, Show, Exacta, and Trifecta Wagering. Race 9, number 1, Truly Flying. No change. They've changed back to Drew Neal. Drew Neal is driving number 1, Truly Flying. Number 2, Believe in Tom, is on Lasix for the first time. First time on Lasix for Believe in Tom. Number 3, Bounding Delight. Change the driver to Emmanuel Miller. Emmanuel Miller will drive number 3, Bounding Delight. Turn to race 10. Race 10, there will be Win, Place, Show, Exacta, and Trifecta Wagering. Race 10, scratch the number 2 horse, Beautiful Image, Lame. Scratch the number 2 horse, Lame. Number 5, PFC Casey Winton. Change Mark Hedworth. Mark Hedworth will drive number 5, PFC Casey Winton. Turn to race 11. Race 11, there will be Win, Place, Show, Exacta, and Trifecta Wagering. Race 11, number 5, Cody's Watching. Change the driver to Mark Hedworth. Mark Hedworth will drive number 5, Cody's Watching. Turn to race 12. Race 12, there'll be Win, Place, Show, Exacta, Quinella, and Trifecta Wagering. Race 12, you may scratch the number 2 horse, ENA Happy Man, Sick. Scratch the number 2 horse, Sick. Number 5, Sea of Dreams. Make the driver Emmanuel Miller. Emmanuel Miller will drive number 5, Sea of Dreams. Number 7, He's Just in Time. Change the driver to Mark Hedworth. Mark Hedworth will drive number 7, He's Just in Time. Turn to race 13. Race 13, there will be Win, Place, Exacta, and Trifecta Wagering. Race 13, you may scratch the number 2 horse, Seafair Transportation. Scratch the number 2 horse, Transportation. Number 5, Attaboy Lloyd. Change the driver to Mark Hedworth. Mark Hedworth will drive number 5, Attaboy Lloyd. And those are the only changes and corrections that we have at this time.
The Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association presents Ohio County Fair Racing. Ohio County Fair Racing is presented by the Ohio Veterinary Medical Center, Big D Tack and Vet Supply, Dublin Valley Farms, Stable.ca, and Midland Acres. Now let's go trackside for all the action.
Good evening, racing fans, and welcome to the Defiance County Fair here in Hicksville, Ohio. We've got 13 races for you tonight. This is an Ohio Fair Racing Conference meet, so we got a lot of exciting races, the Colts and Fillies, as well as a couple of overnights, and then the Signature Series races towards the end of the card. So a great night of racing here for you. 13 races, 75 horses, and 37 trainers. We do have some changes, some driver changes, and a few scratches, and we'll keep you up to breast on those. Rosie Weaver brought 6 horses tonight, Mike Sweeney 5, and Scott Linville 5. So those are our busiest trainers of the night. We've got a nice barn area back here, nice and spacious. There's the barns, and there's a lot of nice room around to get colts in and out of the barn area, so it's a nice, safe-looking place. The track looks like it's in pretty good shape. Matt Clark is here along with me. He's running all the complicated stuff.
We hope.
So we hope. We have had some problems. We got absolutely poured on at Greenville, and I'm just a little bit worried some of this equipment is going to rust inside, because we actually poured water out of the equipment. We picked up the computer and tipped it to the side. Water came pouring out. It's kind of scary to do that. But I see some draft horses coming out. I wonder if they're going to come on the track. That would be kind of cool and scary at the same time. Quite the hitch there. Looks like 6.
Yep, they are right behind a pole right now.
Oh,
I hope they do come on the track. Yeah, looks like they're coming this way, maybe. Well, maybe not.
Yeah, it looks like a hitch with 6 draft horses, 2, 2, and 2. And then there's just one guy driving those all. I always wondered how different that would feel. So let's join Bill Peters for the post parade of the first.
Of the Hicksville Bank. Number 1 is Already Won, owned by Ron Steck of Marengo, Ohio, Robert Smolko of Solon, Ohio, Leanne Davenport of Delaware, Ohio, and M.F. Taggart of Columbus, Ohio, trained by Ron Stack, the driver Emmanuel Miller. Number 2 is Spartan Hill, owned by Jerry Meigel of Westland, Michigan, trained by Steve Novak, the driver Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 3 is Pete Said, owned by Rick Essel of Oakwood, trained by Chad Williamson, the driver Pierce Henry. Number 4 is Legendary Photo, owned by Stephen Reese of Republic, Ohio, and JNR Racing of Rising Sun, Ohio, trained by Jamie Weller, the driver Rod Adams Jr. And number 5 is Fear of the State, owned by Last Laugh LLC of Bucyrus, trained by Ron Potter, the driver Curtis Harper.
Okay, we'll take a closer look at the horses in this race. This is the first of 3 divisions of the 2-year-old colt pace. The Hicksville Bank is the sponsor of this race. Already Won and Emmanuel Miller from the rail, Ron Steck the trainer. Steck, Smolko, Davenport, and Taggart all own this Fear the Dragon colt. It's out of a Rock and Roll Hanover mare, Narnicot Rocket. 5 starts on the year, 2 seconds. Those were both his last starts. Started at Napoleon, was second, just back by a length and a quarter in 2, 2, and 2. And Croton was just back by a neck in 2, 1, and 2. This horse also raced in 2 divisions of the Buckeye Stallion Series. Paced his mile in 56 and 4 at Scioto Downs, but unfortunately did not get checks in that Buckeye Stallion Series. Spartan Hall and Mark St. Louis Jr. have the 2-hole, Steve Novak the trainer, and Gerald Meigel from Westland, Michigan, the owner. This is a Racing Hill out of a Sunshine Beach mare, Sweet Sun. 7 starts, 5 wins. 1 at Bowling Green in 2-2, and 1 on Buckeye Stallion Series at Northfield in 55 and 3. 1 at Oak Harbor in 59, and also in Marion in 2, 5, and 1. So a really nice start to this Colts Career 5 wins in 7 starts, 18,000 plus in earnings. Pete Said and Pierce Henry from the 3 for trainer Chad Williamson. Claude Richard Estel from Oakwood, Ohio is the owner. This is a well-said gelding out of an Astros mare, the Mistress. 6 starts on the year, 2 wins. The latest win was at Tiffin in 2, 2, and 3. Also won earlier at Marion in 2, 6, and 1. 1 second and 1 third, so 4 out of 6 hitting the board. Has made just a little over $7,000. Legendary Photo and Rod Adams Jr. from the 4. Janie Weller is the trainer. Stephen Reese and J&R Racing from Rising Sun, Ohio own this bit of a legend and just out of an American Ideal mare, Legend and Lyra. 7 starts on the year, 1 second and 3 thirds. Last start at Napoleon finished 3rd, and the start before that at Attica was 2nd and was timed in 2, 1, and 4. Fear the State and Curtis Harper from the 5 for trainer Ron Potter. Last Laugh LLC from Bucyrus, the owners of this Fear the Dragon, out of an Arch Place mare, State of the Art. 2 starts on the year, did have a start in the Buckeye Stallion Series, but has not hit the board yet. So the horses are headed into the turn to pick up the starting gate. Mike Webkenberg is our announcer today. We should get a pretty clear shot all around this track, except for the poles in the front. Can't avoid those, because that's what's holding the grandstand up. So we're going to turn it over to Bill Peters for the call of this 2-year-old colt pace.
Here they come. They are off and pacing the first horse away is Spartan Hill. Up on the outside second is Pete Said. At the rail third is Already Won. Moving up fourth is Legendary Photo. And farther back fifth is Fear the State. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Mark St. Louis has Spartan Hill on top by 2 lengths. Racing in their second is Pete Said, driven by Pierce Henry. Racing along at the rail third, that is Already Won, driven by Emmanuel Miller. In their fourth is Legendary Photo, driven by Rod Adams Jr. And farther back fifth is Fear the State, driven by Curtis Harper. Past the quarter-mile mark, that's Spartan Hill by about 4 lengths. First quarter paced in 31 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stand for the first time, that's Spartan Hill now by about 3. Racing in their second, that's Pete Said. At the rail third, that's Already Won. Legendary Photo is fourth, and the last horse is Fear the State. Coming down to the half-mile mark, that's Mark St. Louis and Spartan Hill bringing the horses down to the half. 2.5 lengths back, second is Pete Said. Then their third is Already Won, and then comes Legendary Photo fourth. First half paced in 1 minute and 4/5 seconds. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Spartan Hill. Ranging up on the outside second now is Already Won. At the rail third is Pete Said. Legendary Photo is still fourth, and farther back fifth, Fear the State. Going toward that 3/4 mile mark. That's Spartan Hill by 2 lengths over Already Won. Pete Said still third along the rail. Fourth is Legendary Photo, and Fear the State trails. 3/4 in 1:30 3/5 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Spartan Hill by about 4 lengths. Pete Said along the rail, Already Won on the outside second, and 3 wide now comes Legendary Photo as they race for home. It's Spartan Hill all alone. There's going to be a race for place position between Already Won, Pete Said, and Legendary Photo. But past the stands, it's going to be Spartan Hill, and here they all come. Legendary Photo up for place. Look like Pete Said, hold on for show. 1 mile in 2 minutes and 3/5.
That mile in 2 minutes and 3/5. Spartan Hill, your unofficial winner. Gate to wire, just controlled it right away, and nobody could ever really get within a length or so of him. Legendary Photo had a late rush, came 3 wide around the last turn on the late rush to finish second. These are unofficial, of course. Pete Said was third, Already Won fourth. Fear the State made that early break and was trailing and just never could really catch up. But 1 mile in 2 minutes and 3/5, it's hard to make up a whole lot of ground when they're going that fast. Track record for 2-year-old colt pacers here is 158, held by Rockin' Republic. that.
Whose horse was that?
Ronnie Gillespie. Well, he drove and trained.
Okay.
Desi Minor owned Rockin' Republic from 2020, mile in 1:58. So that was a good mile. A lot of the track records here are a little bit older. There's a 3-year-old filly trot record here that's from a matinee here from 1994.
Wow.
So here comes Mark St. Louis and Spartan Hill back to the winner's circle.
We need the Hicksville Bank blanket. We need the Hicksville Bank blanket. Jane, they're coming with the blanket there. Into the winner's circle, we have number 2, Spartan Hill, owned by Jerry Meisel of Westland, Michigan, trained by Steve Novak, and driven to victory by Mark St. Louis Jr. Let's have a big hand here for Mark St. Louis, Nicole Braden and Brian Novak, and Spartan Hill. And to the Hicksville Bank, the donors of the blanket.
Okay, we should get the results, official results from Bill Peters in a moment. Welcome everybody that's joining us. We've got Jackson, Michigan, Scott, Ohio, Battleground, Washington,
Okay, for our first
Patriot,
door prize
Indiana, Urbana, Delaware, Marion, Florida, Waldo, Ohio. I want to say where's Waldo, but I probably shouldn't, right? They're giving away a bunch of prizes tonight. So you can go down if you're here and put your ticket in. Got somebody from New Jersey. Craig from New Jersey. Joe from North Carolina. Kent from Ontario. So welcome everybody. We hope that you're also, you got 2 devices going, so you can be watching Lima too. Lima tonight as a 6:30 post. That is their second card. They raced last night and racing again tonight.
They have some really nice shirts down there, so I signed up for one. I hope I get one. Yeah, that's trying to keep an ear on that.
Number 1 already won, was 4th. Number 2, Spartan Hill, was the winner. Number 3, Pete Said, was 3rd. Number 4, Legendary Photo, was 2nd. And number 5, Fear of the State, was 5th. Time of the first quarter was 31 seconds. The half was in 1 minute and 4/5. The 3 quarters in 1:30 and 3/5, with a mile in 2 minutes and 3/5. From the top, it should read 4:1:3:2:5 on the bottom. The mile in 2 minutes and 3/5. In race 1 in the trifecta, the 2, 4. If you had number 2, then number 4, and then any other horse, it'll pay $27.80.
Wow.
$27 is,
In a 5-horse field with Mark St. Louis Jr., the leading driver, winning it.
Yeah.
Crazy.
yeah, that is. You just never know, do you? Never know what's going to happen.
Number 4, Illuminating Sunset. The driver will be Mark Hedworth. Mark Hedworth will drive number 4, Illuminating Sunset.
Okay, so we have
Okay.
one change in the second race. The 4-horse Illuminating Sunset make the driver Mark Hedworth. And this is the Chuck Peter Memorial coming up, the first of 2 divisions of the 3-year-old filly trot. And we'll be back to take a closer look at the horses in just a minute.
The first Defiance County Fair in Hicksville, Ohio was held in 1877. Hosted by the Northwestern Ohio and Northeastern Indiana District Agricultural Associations, the fair was a melting pot of attendees. It was comprised of 4 Defiance County townships, 3 from Indiana, and 1 from Paulding County, Ohio. The fair was held in late September to celebrate the equinox and nearing the end of harvest. With no electricity, it was only a day fair. Farmers and families would arrive in carriages, unhitch and tie their horses to the racetrack fence, and spend their mornings visiting with others and viewing the exhibits. A baseball game occupied the afternoon, but the biggest show started after dinner. Harness racing was popular around the country in the 1800s and 1900s. Defiance County was no exception. Every fairgoer stayed to watch trotters and pacers race in the evenings. After the horses finished, the fair always closed out with a foot race. Today, the Defiance County Fair is a member of the Ohio Fair Racing Conference. They host 2 nights of live-action harness racing.
The roots of harness racing are born at the county fair. For over 150 years, people have gathered to watch horses battle it out for fame and glory. Catch the thrills this summer at an Ohio Fair Racing Conference county fair. The OFRC races at 22 fairs in 20 Ohio counties. Trotters and pacers put it all on the line to be called the best in the Buckeye State. The Ohio Fair Racing Conference, where the path to greatness begins.
Welcome back to the Defiance County Fair with the OHHA broadcast. It's just kind of a perfect night here. It's a little bit on the cool side. It's where you can't decide whether to put your sweatshirt on or off. So I think probably in another couple races we'll definitely need the sweatshirts on.
Yep.
So, but it is a very nice night. The shadow of the grandstand is kind of creeping across the track, so I always wonder about that, how that'll affect some of the horses. But right now, it didn't affect anybody in the first race, it didn't seem. So we are getting ready for the post-parade of the second race. As you said, there's quite a few barns on the backside. I'm not sure exactly how many barns that they use, but I know there's also a kind of an open shed back there too, so you can just tie your horses in there. But a lot of nice room around, and not too many obstructions in the infield, which is nice. One of those towns where the big grain elevator is right downtown, so they've got farmers have been always used to coming down here and putting their corn and soybeans in those big grain elevators, and then they probably a train track right there that ships them out. So remember, we have Lima tonight and also Lima tomorrow night. And tomorrow we've got a doubleheader at Greenville starting at noon. And I was listening to Don Tiger and Frank Fraz. They were down at Woodsfield today, and they said they may start a little bit earlier in the evening. So they might be, the card was slated for 7:15, but they may start at 7, they said.
I think I did see 7 on the USTA entries page now. So, yeah, 27 big races tomorrow in Greenville. 11 in the matinee card and 16 at night.
Yeah, that makes for a long night, especially when you don't start till 7-ish.
Yeah.
Or whenever it's going to be.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be close to midnight, right, by the time we're done, probably?
Yep. I'm thinking it will be. It's they put on a really nice program, though, at Greenville, as they do here, as they do most of the fairs. It's just kind of the community support that these fairs got. I mean, they've got blankets down there looks like for every race. They've got a whole lot of prizes that they're going to give away. So a lot of great support. I posted on the OHHA Facebook page earlier. They've got the track records all on the side of the building, on the side of the little speed office that's down there. So all the divisions and everything, so you can just walk up anytime and see what the track record is. Kind of fun. So as we said, the only driver change that we know about is Mark Hedworth on the 4, illuminating Sunset.
Nice crowd here already.
Yes,
I mean,
it is.
I'd say 500 maybe.
Yeah,
maybe more.
I have a hard time guessing that, but yes. I tell you what, we're a long ways up.
Yeah.
These are these are pretty steep. I don't know. Are we 20 rows up?
At least.
Maybe at least.
Felt like 40
Yeah.
carrying all the stuff up here.
Yeah, when you have to carry all that stuff up, that is wicked. Oh, and they're steep stairs, and they're also those stairs that there isn't a whole lot of room.
No,
So-
there is not.
They've got a really nice handrail in the middle, but when you're trying to carry up a great big giant container full of all the stuff, it's a little tight. Okay, so let's go to the post parade.
And a blanket courtesy of the Jewel Grain Company. This is the first division of the Chuck Peter Memorial Trot. One is One Fancy Lady, all by Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, Heartland Acres of Wahonding, Ohio, and Cabby D LLC of Hudson, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver, the driver Drew Neal. Number 2 is My Blumon, owned and trained by Greg Diamond of Bell, Florida. The driver is Greg Bateson. Number 3 is Count With Me, all by Jay and Louise Weller of Republic, trained and driven by Jay Weller. Number 4 is Illuminating Sunset, all by Jonas Schmucker, Grable, Indiana, trained by Scott Linville, the driver Mark Hedworth. Number 5 is Just On Time, all by E.G. Trot LLC of Findlay, trained and driven by Ed Greeno Jr. And number 6 is TC's Brenda, all by Trotters R Us of Sagamore Hills, Ohio, trained by Mike Sweeney, the driver Curtis Harper. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Mutual windows closing in 4 minutes. There's
So this is the first of 2 divisions of the 3-year-old filly trot. None of these 6 fillies have won a race this year, so the filly that wins will be visiting the winner's circle for the very first time in 2024. One Fancy Lady and Drew Neal from the rail for trainer Rosie Weaver. Rosie, Heartland Acres, and Cabby D LLC are the owners. This is a long Tom filly out of a Master Levesque mare, Queen of Levesque. 11 starts on the year, has not had a win, 2 seconds and 5 thirds. Last year had 9 starts, 1 win and 1 third, and made $38,000 as a 2-year-old. She had a mark as a 2-year-old of 158 flat at Northfield Park. Maj Bloman and Greg Bateson from the 2. Greg Diamond is the trainer and the owner. This is a full count out of M.I. Brown Sugar, who's by Band's Gold Chip. 3 starts this year, 2 seconds. Those were his last 2 starts. Those were both at Scioto Downs. So this filly was timed in 58-2 her last start, coming last quarter in 28-4. Start before that was second, back by 2 1/4 lengths in 59-2. Count With Me and Jay Weller from the 3. Jay is the trainer and co-owns this horse along with Louise Weller. This is a full count filly out of an I Look Like My Mom mare, Chris's Legacy. 5 starts on the year, has not hit the board yet, has been making some breaks, so we'll count on Jay keeping this filly flat today. Illuminating Sunset, changed the driver to Mark Hedworth. Scott Linville is the trainer for Jonas Schmucker from Grable, Indiana. This is a Stormin' Norman filly out of an Iron Duke mare, Sunrise Nibbles. 8 starts on the year, 3 seconds, has earned $4,900, had 22 starts as a 2-year-old with 2 wins. The fastest of those was 2-9-2 at Richwood. Made almost $19,000 as a 2-year-old. Just On Time, Ed Greeno Jr. up. Ed Greeno Jr. is the trainer and E.G. Trot LLC the owner. This is an Enterprise filly out of a Conway Hall mare, Weekend Vacation. This filly has 3 starts this year and did have a third, and is another one that's been plagued with some braking problems, so quite a few little X's on her program, so we'll see if she can stay flat tonight. And TCS Brenda, Curtis Harper up, Mike Sweeney's the trainer, Trotters R Us, Sagamore Hills, Ohio, the owners of this filly. She's by Triumphant Caviar out of a Yankee Glide mare, Guina, Hanover. 11 starts on the year, 2 seconds and 3 thirds. She was second at Attica, was timed in 2:6-4, and was 4th at Napoleon, timed in 2:6-3. So she's been trotting right around that 2:5 to 2:6 area. Illuminating Sunset has the fastest last start. She started at Hoosier Park and was timed in 57-3. So Mark Hedworth is going to see what he can do with this horse. He did drive her at Bowling Green and finished second. So let's turn it over to Bill Peters for this, the 3-year-old filly trot.
There they come. They're off and trotting. That's Illuminating Sunset going out after here to lead along with My Blue Mon. Up on the outside third is Just on Time. Moving up fourth is TC's Brenda. At the rail fifth is One Fancy Lady. And the last horse is Count With Me. As they make the turn now to head down the backside, a race over toward that quarter-mile mark. Mark Hedworth has Illuminating Sunset on top by a length and a half. Up on the outside second, that's Just on Time, driven by Ed Greeno Jr. And their third is My Blue Mon, driven by Greg Basin. Fourth at the rail, that's One Fancy Lady, driven by Drew Neal. Fifth is TC's Brenda, driven by Curtis Harper. Off stride six is Count With Me, driven by Jay Weller. First quarter trotted in 31 2/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stand for the first time. That's Illuminating Sunset by 2.5 lengths. Just on Time races in their second with My Blue Mon third. One Fancy Lady fourth. TC's Brenda fifth. And farther back sixth, Count With Me. Front five pretty well bunched as they come to the half-mile mark. That's Illuminating Sunset showing on top by about 2 lengths. Racing second is Just on Time. And up on the outside third comes My Blue Mon. First half trotted in 101 3/5 as they round the turn to head down the backside to race over to that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Illuminating Sunset. My Blue Mon trots up on the outside second. Just on Time at the rail third. One Fancy Lady is now fourth and moving up along with TC's Brenda. Going to the 3/4 mile mark. That's Illuminating Sunset with a lead, but pouring on the pressure on the outside second is My Blue Mon. Racing in there third at the rail. That's One Fancy Lady. Moving up fourth is TC's Brenda. 3/4 in 132 2/5 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Illuminating Sunset at the rail. On the outside second, that's My Blue Mon. And 3 wide comes One Fancy Lady as they race through the lane. That's Illuminating Sunset, My Blue Mon, and One Fancy Lady. Illuminating Sunset and My Blue Mon. Illuminating Sunset and My Blue Mon. It's going to be Illuminating Sunset. And here the outcome. Tight for place there between My Blue Mon and One Fancy Lady. A mile in 2:03 3/5.
2:03 3. Track record for 3-year-old filly trotters was 2:2 2. When they got down the half in 1:1 3, I thought, oh, maybe we'll have a track record.
I thought Illuminating Sunset was collared there at the head of the stretch. I thought she was going to fold right up, and she dug in and fought back.
Yeah,
great.
she absolutely did. I am not sure. I didn't know if Drew Neal got up with One Fancy Lady for second or not.
I couldn't tell. They were
kind of too close.
Yeah.
But One Fancy Lady, who has been making some breaks, did stay flat. As well as I didn't see Just on Time making any breaks either, so that's a big improvement for those two horses, that they have been making a lot of breaks. So here comes the connections of Illuminating Sunset walking down the track.
You need 2 blankets for this one. You need 2 blankets there.
2 blankets for this one. This grandstand is very handicap accessible, but it's almost like a little maze to find your way out.
From Grayville, Indiana, comes number 4, Illuminating Sunset, owned by Jonas M. Schmucker, trained by Scott Linville, and driven to victory this evening by Mark Hedworth. They're going to take a picture first, I think, with the Chuck Peter Memorial, which will go to the winner of the faster division of this 3-year-old filly trot. And members of the Peter family are in the winner's circle for the presentation. All right, now this horse will receive the Jewel Grain Company blanket for winning this first division. So we'll take a picture of the Jewel Grain. We need a picture of that one too. Need a picture of the Jewel Grain Company blanket. Let's have a big hand here for the Linville family, Mark Hedworth and Illuminating Sunset. And to the Jewel Grain Company, the donors of the blanket here in race 2.
So we should be getting the results momentarily. I know who was 4th and 5th and 6th, but I'm just not sure. I don't want to call it who was 2nd and 3rd. And the name of the 2-horse, it's spelled, Bill pronounced it My Blooman. It's MAJBLOMMAN. I couldn't figure out how to say that at all.
When I was typing up the graphics, I couldn't sound that one out. I had no idea.
Here are the official placings for race 2 from the top. Number 1, One Fancy Lady was 2nd. Number 2, My Blooman was 3rd. Number 3, Count With Me was 6th. Number 4, Illuminating Sunset was the winner. Number 5, Just On Time was 5th. Number 6, TC's Brenda was 4th. Time of the first quarter was 31 2/5. The half was in 101 3/5. The 3 quarters in 132 2/5. With a mile in 203 3/5. From the top it should read 236 154. A mile in 203 3/5.
Okay, so that is 2 races in the books, a 3rd coming up. We've got a couple changes to tell you about. The 3, Rose Run Amy, make the driver Mark Hedworth. The 4, Play on Player, Emmanuel Miller will drive. And the 5, Angel in Paradise, is a scratch. So we are scratched down to a 5-horse field for the 2-year-old filly pace. It'll be the first of 2 divisions of that race. And we'll be back to talk about the horses right after this.
Mark your calendar for the new and exciting North American Standard Bred Mix Sale. Tuesday, December 17th at the Mount Hope Event Center in Mount Hope, Ohio. Broodmares, broodmare prospects, racehorses, and stallion shares. Pedigrees announced by Ed Teefee and Gabe Pruitt. Online bidding, clean, heated facility. The North American Standard Bred Mix Sale. A live auction to see quality horses with industry-leading pedigrees. Tuesday, December 17th in Mount Hope, Ohio. Entries open September 5th.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out, Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com for fast shipping. Most orders ship that day. Or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
The Delaware County Fair, where history meets horsepower. Get ready for the thrill of a lifetime as the world-famous Little Brown Jug takes center stage. Witness the heart-pounding action, the thundering hooves, and the sheer determination of these incredible athletes. Compete for the coveted Little Brown Jug title. Don't miss your chance to be a part of history. For ticket and hospitality options, visit littlebrownjug.com. The Little Brown Jug, where champions are made and legends are born. Be there!
Okay, welcome back. That name that we couldn't figure out how to say, the 2-horse in the last race, My Blooman, that is a paper flower that is sold by school children in Sweden to raise funds for charity. The Mayflowers fundraiser was started in Ansala by Hellberg in 1907 and has taken place in April and May ever since. So that was what the horse was named after, apparently. when I first looked it up, it was, I guess now I know it's in Swedish, and I thought, oh, I don't even have no idea what that is. But it's these cute little paper flower pins sold. Kind of look like the poppies that get sold.
Yeah.
So. So the next race coming up, the 2-year-old filly pace, as we said, it's the first of 2 divisions of this. They're going for $6,540. Total purse $13,080. And the track record for 2-year-old filly paces is 159-4. I can tell you who holds that. Well, this is interesting because this was the Charles Peters Memorial Race, and the 2-year-old filly pace record is held by a horse named First to Cruise, trained and driven by Charles Peter from 2008. So this is a long-standing track record. Pretty appropriate that the guy who sponsored, or the family sponsoring this race in memory of him, holds that track record.
What was the horse?
I'll get back to it. 2-year-old filly pace. First to Cruise.
Hmm.
I had a very interesting conversation with a guy today who owned a horse called Bareback Rider. Do you remember that horse?
I do not.
He raced at in this area. He also raced at. He held a track record at Raceway Park. I think he said he held 6 track records at one time. This was back in the late 80s, early 90s actually. Raced during the 90s, but he said he still holds 1 track record. So I have to dig that up and find out where that track record is still. That would be from about 1994, 95. So if anybody knows that, Bareback Rider, if you remember that horse and remember where he held track records, I'd be interested to find that out. He is now buried at the gentleman's farm that used to own him. So he's got a good resting spot. So it looks like they're hooking the horses on the backside. They've got looks like an old grain bin cut apart and use that for their beer garden down here. It's kind of a neat looking building. Cut off the middle of it so that the guys can stand in the middle and serve the beer out.
They've got one in the infield too over there.
Oh yeah.
So not sure what they would use that one for, but
maybe when they're having the tractor pulls or something, people that are in the inside can get beer close. You don't want to have to go too far for beer ever.
No, you sure don't. A lot of people down there heeding that advice.
Yes.
There's quite a few people down there. I can't get a good shot of it with these poles.
The 2-year-old filly pace, going for a purse of $6,540 and a blanket given in memory of Deb Zimmerman, EA Priority Tax Service. Number 1 is Jewel Said, owned, trained, and driven by Ed Conrad of Perrysburg. Number 2 is Really? Are you kidding me? Owned, trained, and driven by Dan Venier of Pemberville. Number 3 is Rose Run Amy, Dr. Jill Dental of Delta, Ohio, Bill Rivenon, Gene Roth of Archbold, and Jeff Banky of Toledo. Trained by Jim Harrison, the driver, Mark Hedworth. Number 4 is Play On Player, owned by Kurt Kane of Adrian, Michigan. Trained by Matt Waltz, the driver is Emmanuel Miller. Number 5, Angel in Paradise has been drawn. At number 6 is Rockin' Remy, owned, trained, and driven by Derek Flowers of Jackson, Mississippi. Horses will take 1 long score and go to the gate. Mutual windows closing in 4 minutes. There's Win, Place, Show, Exacta, and Trifecta Wagering here in race 3. He tends the box.
Guy standing right in front of where my transmitter is for Bill's audio down on the rail down there.
Oh, is that why it's funny? Oh, that's,
yeah.
Huh. We'll have to take a sign down that says stay back or something.
I think after this race I'll go hang it on that pole somehow. Yeah, he's leaning right on it.
Oh, no. Well, from the rail out, we have Jewel Said, Ed Conrad up. Ed is also the trainer and the owner. This is a Well Said filly out of a Liz Marie mare, Canbeck Jewel. 8 starts on the year, 2 wins. Fastest of those wins was 2, 3, and 2 at Paulding, our first fair of the year. Last week at Napoleon was second, just back by a neck in 2, 4, and 4, coming her last quarter in 29 and 3. Really, Are You Kidding Me? Dan Veneer owns, trains, and drives. This is a Racing Hill out of a Mach 3 mare. Brillo Camarillo, 3 wins and 4 seconds out of 8 starts this year. Has already earned $17,821. Has a mark of 157 and 2 at Northfield Park. That was at the Summit County Fair that was held at Northfield. Won last week at Napoleon in 2, 4, and 4. Won at Oak Harbor in 2 minutes and 3/5. So this filly has been racing just really, really well. Rose Run Amy and Mark Hedworth from the 3. James Ershman is the trainer. Dental, Ruffinack, Roth, and Banky are the owners of this Racing Hill filly. She's out of a Western Terror Mare Performance. Won a race 2 starts back in 2, 3, and 4, last quarter in 29 seconds. That was her 1 win of the year, but 3 seconds, so 4 starts, 1 win, 3 seconds, so racing very well. Play on Player, Emmanuel Miller up for trainer Matt Waltz. Kurt Kane from Adrian, Michigan is the owner. This is a Dancing Yankee filly out of a Manhart mare. Kurt Kane is also the breeder of this filly. 7 starts on the year, 1 win and 1/3, has earned $12,380. Has a mark of 154 and 4 at Scioto Downs. That was 2-year-old non-winners of 1 pari-mutuel race back in late June. Paced her mile in 54 and 4, her last quarter in 27 and 3, winning that race by a length and a half. She was then in the Next Generation the next week, finished back but paced her mile in 56 and 4. Angel in Paradise is a scratch, and the 6 Rockin' Remy, Derek Flowers owns, trains, and drives. 8 starts on the year, 2 wins. The fastest of those was 2, 4, and 3 at Paulding. Also won at Bowling Green in 2, 5, and 3 by 50 lengths. That's probably the most I've ever seen somebody win by. So let's turn it up to Bill Peters for the call of the 3rd race.
Here they come. They're off and pacing the first horse away at the rail, as Jewel Said. Dropping in their second is Really? Are You Kidding Me? In their third is Rose Run Amy. Moving up fourth, that's Play On Player, and the last horse is Rockin' Remy. As they head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Ed Conrad, as Jewel Said, on top by 3.5 lengths. In their second is Really? Are You Kidding Me? Driven by Dan Veneer. Third is Rose Run Amy, driven by Mark Hedworth. Racing fourth is Play On Player, driven by Emmanuel Miller. And the last horse is Rockin' Remy, driven by Derek Flowers. Past that quarter-mile mark, that's Jewel Said now by only 2 lengths over Really? Are You Kidding Me? First quarter paced in 31 and 4/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stand for the first time. That's Jewel Said by a length and a half over Really? Are You Kidding Me? Rose Run Amy races in their third. Racing fourth, Play On Player, the last horse, Rockin' Remy. 5 fillies well bunched as they come to the half-mile mark. That's Jewel Said with the lead. Rose Run Amy now paces up on the outside second. At the rail third is Really? Are You Kidding Me? Moving up fourth is Play On Player, and the last horse is Rockin' Remy. First half paced in 102 and 4/5 as they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Jewel Said. The closest horse second along the rail is Really? Are You Kidding Me? Ranging up on the outside third. Now comes Play On Player. Coming back fourth is Rose Run Amy, the last horse, Rockin' Remy. Past that 3/4 mile mark, that's Jewel Said with the lead. Play On Player on the outside is now second. Between horses third and Rose Run Amy regains new life. 3/4 in 132 and 1/5. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Jules Said with the lead. Really? Are you kidding me? Racing in there second. Slipping through at the rail. Third now is Rockin' Remy. As they race for home. That's Jules Said. And really? Are you kidding me? And Rockin' Remy. Past the stands though. It's going to be Jules Said. And here's the outcome. Really? Are you kidding me? Holds on for place. Rockin' Remy gets up for show. A mile in 2:01 and 4/5.
That mile in 2:01 and 4, last half in 59. A nice mile for these 2-year-old filly pacers. Unofficially, Jules Said, Ed Conrad trains, drives, and owns. Are you kidding me? I thought she was kind of fading a little bit on the backside going into that last turn, but then she came right back. Horses were 3 wide in the last turn, so everybody had a shot at it there for a while. Unofficially, Jules Said your winner. Really, Are You Kidding Me second, and Rockin' Remy third. Somebody's over here in their colors, so they must be, maybe they were up paying their entry fee or something. I didn't see them.
Where's that?
There was a guy right down there in his colors, but I don't know where he went now. Just a really great crowd here tonight. We had a gentleman right before the program started, walked all the way up here, and I thought he was going up to the judges' stand or something, but he walked up to stop. I'll tell you about it later.
Ohio comes number 1, Jules Said, owned, training of a victory by Ed Conrad. The blanket for this race is given in memory of Deb Zimmerman, EA, given by Priority Tax Service.
They just want to keep her moving.
Yeah, we'll just do a drive-by photo. Keep on going.
Yeah, I mean,
Just
she's
watch.
trying to fall down right now.
She is. She's being a stinker. And Ed's handling this really fantastically. Just let's skip the picture, Ed.
Yeah, come back and get that blanket later.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think he's
lines
got
are-
the lines tangled up now. Oh my
boy.
goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody needs to come and help Ed.
Yeah. Yeah, she's got a line down around the right front, looks like.
Yep.
There we go.
Freed
Okay.
up Yeah.
And I
Just,
was wrapped around his leg.
oh my
There,
goodness.
somebody's coming to help now. He's got everything under control. All right.
Yeah, we'll just have to take a picture without the horse. That's tough. I mean, it's tough
Yeah.
to be there by yourself.
Yep, sure is.
It's just
Let's just take a picture of the blanket.
Yeah.
Just take a picture of the blanket. I think Jules Said is going to cooperate this evening.
well, we got to get a big round of applause for Ed because he handled that really
Let's
really
have a big
well.
hand for Ed Conrad and Jules Said at the Priority Tax Service for giving this blanket in memory of Deb Zimmerman, EA.
Okay, we'll get the official results in just a moment.
From the top, number 1, Jules Said was the winner. Number 2, really? Are you kidding me? Was second. Number 3, Rose Run Amy was 4th. Number 4, Play On Player was 5th. Number 5, Angel in Paradise had been drawn. Number 6, Rockin' Remy was 3rd. Time of the first quarter was 31 4/5. The half was in 102 4/5. The 3 quarters in 132 1/5, with a mile in 201 4/5. From the top, it should read 1, 2, 4, 5, scratch 3, a mile in 201 4/5. New lifetime mark on Jewel set.
Okay, that.
Emmanuel Miller will drive number 3, Smooth Talking. There'll be win, play.
Okay, so that is the only change that we have in the 4th race coming up, the 3-year-old colt trot, first of 2 divisions. I was saying before the winner's circle presentation, we had a gentleman that walked all, and like I said, we're long ways up. And this gentleman walked all the way up here, and I thought he was going to keep going, but he stopped here just to thank us for having broadcasting the races. He's 90 years old. He and his wife have been married now for 70 years, and she got him into harness racing. She was the one that introduced him to it, and they've been going to the races and enjoying them for the past 70 years together. So he said, I can't get to all of them anymore. He goes to as many as he possibly can, but he was so happy to be able to watch the rest on our broadcast. So very much appreciated for him to walk all the way up these stairs to tell us that, and we certainly appreciated him doing that. So we're going to take a short break, and then we'll be back with the 3-year-old colt trot.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year. Our expert team of boarded surgeons, sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sport horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Okay, welcome back to Hicksville, Ohio. A beautiful night here. A really large crowd. A lot of people standing along the rail. A lot of people down. The beer garden is right next to where they bet, so it's a perfect combination there for everybody to just kind of gather in that area and place their bets and drink some beer and have a good night here at Hicksville. I imagine some of you are watching Lima also. We can go back and forth. Lima started at 6:30 tonight, so we've got that going on. And then, of course, right here at Hicksville.
Also, do not forget to get your 50/50 tickets at the front of the grandstand.
Oh, they also, somebody said they just also have 50/50 tickets, so they're not only giving away some prizes, which Matt said looked like some really nice shirts and so forth, but they're also having a 50/50 drawing, so they do a lot of things here at Hicksville in order to get the fans in the stands, raise a little money. The fair is very close. You look one way, you look to the left, and it's town, and then you look to the right, and it's just field. So
Nothing.
it's
Yep.
right at the edge of the town. Yeah, on the way here, there's like nothing. I mean, you're just going through mile after mile after mile of corn and soybean fields. Not many. I was running short of gas, and I was beginning to get a little bit worried, but I figured if I got to Hicksville, there'd be plenty of gas here in Hicksville.
I saw a crop duster on the way over.
Oh, you did?
Yes, that fascinates me. I want to try that so bad sometime. That'd be so much fun, it looks like.
That would be interesting. I don't know how they do it. I mean, I don't know how they just swoop down and let the stuff fly.
Yeah, I mean, he was getting close to power lines and stuff. I mean,
wow.
it's crazy watching those guys. From what I understand, they're uninsurable.
Oh,
Is that
really?
a word?
Yeah.
Unable to get insured.
Oh, gosh.
It does seem like a pretty dangerous job.
Yeah.
You'd have to be a pretty good pilot to do it, no doubt. Drew
Yeah, it
Neal.
looks good. If you're a kid and you like to go on those wild rides and stuff at the fair, that's probably what you'd want to do then later in life.
Yeah, what do you do for fun after that when you go
that's-
home?
That's true. There's nothing more exciting than your crop dusting job, that's for sure. Well, now I don't know if that's Drew Neal. That's Drew Neal on the three.
Yeah, Manny Miller on the 4.
Oh, Mandy Miller's on the 4.
Yeah.
Okay. This is why I write in pencil.
I'm pretty sure that's how it was announced, but
Oh, was it?
yeah,
I
yeah,
messed up. Okay.
yeah. No, it wasn't you. I don't think. I just saw them when they came out on the track because I had it changed on the graphics
graphics?
already. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to get I know sometimes it is hard to get the driver changes in and so forth, but.
There's race 4. We're back to on number 3, Smooth Talking. We're back to Drew Neal.
Okay.
Drew Neal is driving number 3, Smooth Talking.
So Bill just did officially announce that Drew Neal will be on the 3.
That's definitely Manny on the 4.
Manny on the 4. Okay. So those are our 2 changes.
I believe maybe we've got, I think we still only have 5. We still need 1 more.
Okay, waiting for one more horse to join, and then we'll have the post parade. As we said, they've got the pari-mutuel betting here. So it looks like that's going to do pretty well with the amount of people that are down there. Okay, Bill is calling him to the post parade, so let's go up to him for that.
This is the first division of the 3-year-old colt trot. Going for a purse of $6,300 and a blanket courtesy of Defiance Moose Lodge, number 2094. Number 1 is CS Full Speed, owned by Jay and Louise Weller, Republic, trained and driven by Jay Weller. Number 2 is Wilder, owned and trained by Ann Russell, Britain, Michigan, the driver Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 3 is Smooth Talkin', owned by Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Heartland Acres of Wall Hunting, and Kebby D. LLC of Hudson, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver, the driver Drew Neal. Number 4 is I'm Crazy, owned by Martin D. Yoder of Mount Eaton, Ohio, trained by Herman Hagerman, changed the driver to Drew Neal. Emmanuel Miller. Changed the driver to Emmanuel Miller here on number 4. Number 5 is Longing for Cash, owned by E.G. Trot LLC and the Broken Brokers Ltd. of Findlay, trained by Ed Greeno Jr., the driver Cody Greeno. And number 6 is Cape Count, owned by Mike Sweeney of Delaware and Irvin Miller of Sarasota, Florida, trained by Mike Sweeney, the driver Curtis Harper. Again, number 3, Smooth Talkin', the driver is Drew Neal. Number 4, I'm Crazy, the driver Emmanuel Miller. There's Win, Place, Show, Exacta, Quinella, and Trifecta Wagering here in race 4. Attention to the bars, you plan to warm up after race 4.
Okay, this is the first of 2 divisions of the 3-year-old colt trot. Purse is $6,300, total purse $12,700. CS Full Speed and Jay Weller from the rail. Jay is the trainer and co-owns along with Louise Weller. This is a full count out of a Superstar Sauber mare, Ms. Friendly. 5 wins out of 12 starts this year and 2 second places for a total earnings of $16,027. Went in 2 minutes and 3/5 at Tiffin. Won 2 starts back at Mansfield. Finished second at Wapakoneta and Northfield, and then won at Tiffin in the mentioned 2 minutes and 3/5. Wilder and Russell trains and owns. Mark St. Louis Jr. will drive. This horse has had 10 starts on the year, 1/3. Has been plagued by making some breaks. This is an Uncle Peter out of a Victory Sam mare, and Mark St. Louis will try to keep this horse flat today. Smooth Talkin' Drew Neal up for Rosie Weaver. Rosie, Heartland Acres, and Cabby D are the owners of this What the Hill colt. It's out of a Conway Hall mare, Time to Talk. 6 wins out of 13 starts, 3 seconds and 2/3. So that's 11 of 13 on the board. $42,862 in earnings, a mark of 57-3 at Scioto Downs. 1 over at Napoleon in 2-3, 1 at Croton, Bowling Green, and Mount Vernon. So it's been racing very, very well. I'm Crazy, Emmanuel Miller up for Herman Hagerman. Martin Yoder from Mount Eaton, Ohio, is the owner of this Credit Fashion gelding. It's out of a crazed mare, Crazy Smart. 9 starts on the year, 2/3. Finished 3rd at Attica in 2-7-1. And last week was 5th at Napoleon. Longing for Cash, Cody Greeno up for Ed Greeno Jr. E.G. Trot from Findlay and the Broken Brokers also from Findlay are the owners, and the Broken Brokers are the breeders of this Long Tom. It's out of a Groton Hall mare, Kentucky Cash. 9 starts on the year, has 2/3, has $2,294. But last year, this horse had 6 wins out of 18 starts and earned $28,000. Has a mark as a 2-year-old of 2-3-2 at Tiffin. Cape Count and Curtis Harper from the 6 hole. Mike Sweeney trains. Pat Sweeney and Irvin Miller from Sarasota, Florida are the owners, and Irvin Miller is the breeder. This horse has had 12 starts this year, 1 win, but that was a fast one, 57-4 at Scioto Downs. Has already earned $15,881 this year. Last week at Napoleon was 5th. Start before that at Attica, finished 3rd, and was timed in 2-4-3 there. Also had a 3rd at Marysville, where he was timed in 2 minutes flat. So we've got CS Full Speed that has had 5 wins. Smooth Talkins had 6 wins. And Cape Count, although just the 1 win, but 3 seconds and 3/3. So a lot of these horses know how to get going in the race, that's for sure.
Wish I could get a shot of it. There's Mark Hedworth, Pierce Henry, looks like Steve Bateson, and maybe Mark Bevelheimer standing in a huddle over there, which is probably where I would stop by for a visit if I was on the backside right now. So I'm going to get quite an education standing in that huddle.
Yeah. Talking over the state of the industry,
yep.
right?
Guessing there's some joking around going on.
Yep. You said it was Steve Bateson?
Yep, looks like. I think he's wearing his orange BGSU bowling green shirt back there.
Probably talking about his surfing in the canyon horse, right?
8 in a row.
8 in a row. Boy. There's a couple horses that just have got these magnificent streaks going, and it's just so much fun to ride that streak. I know it gets a little wearing after a while at when is it going to end, but okay, the horses are headed to the Webkenberg starting gate. So we're going to turn it over to Bill Peters for this 3-year-old colt trot.
There they come. Here, off and trotting, that's Wilder going out after here to lead along with CS Full Speed. And now Wilder goes off stride. Moving up on the outside 3rd, that's Smooth Talking. Moving up 4th, on the outside, that's Cape Count. As they race down the backside, they race over toward that quarter-mile mark. Jay Weller has CS Full Speed out there on top by a length and a half. Racing in there 2nd, that is Smooth Talking, driven by Drew Neal. 3rd is Cape Count, driven by Curtis Harper. At the rail 4th, that's I'm Crazy, driven by Emmanuel Miller. 5th is Longing for Cash, driven by Cody Greeno. And the last horse is Wilder, driven by Mark St. Louis Jr. First quarter was trotted in 31 and 4/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, that's CS Full Speed with the lead. Sitting there 2nd, that's Smooth Talking. Moving along 3rd, that's Cape Count as he races down to the half. And their 4th is I'm Crazy. 5th is Longing for Cash, and the last horse is Wilder. Front 5 pretty well bunched as they come to the half-mile mark. That's CS Full Speed to the rail with the lead. Moving up on the outside to pour in the pressure, though, is Smooth Talking. First half trotted in 104. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that 3/4 mile mark. That's CS Full Speed at the rail with the lead. On the outside second is Smooth Talking. Cape Count trots in their third. Fourth is I'm Crazy. Moving up fifth is Longing for Cash. The last horse off stride is Wilder. Going to the 3/4 mile mark. That's CS Full Speed at the rail. Smooth Talking on the outside. They're only heads apart. Racing past that 3/4 and racing third is Cape Count. 3/4 in 133 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's CS Full Speed at the rail. Smooth Talking on the outside. They're racing as a team as they race toward home. CS Full Speed at the rail. Smooth Talking on the outside. CS Full Speed and Smooth Talking. CS Full Speed and Smooth Talking. It's going to be CS Full Speed, and here's the outcome. Smooth Talking up for place. Looked like I'm Crazy got up for show. A mile in 2:02 and 4 fifths.
.202 and 4 off a half in 104. And they came a really nice last half. And those two were battling it out.
Yeah, they were going at it, weren't they?
And I thought right at the last minute it looked like Smooth Talking was going to have a little bit of a surge and get ahead, but CS Full Speed sure kept right on going also. That was a great race.
I really like that trotter, CS Full Speed. He's a nice horse. Like the way he trots. Jay wasn't driving him too much either down by the wires, kind of shaking the line at him a little bit. You know, I think he kind of knew he had him measured or was kind of going all he could.
Yeah.
That was a big back half.
That was very, very fast. And Jay doesn't ever seem to get very excited about stuff, does he? He just kind of sits real quiet. Great guy with a trotter. So this blanket's presented by the Defiance Moose Lodge, number 2094. Got a lot of people out there, and here comes Louise Weller down the track.
And now moving down the track into the winner's circle, one of the winners go. Coming in from Republic, Ohio, comes number 1, CS Full Speed. Owned by Jay and Louise Weller, and trained and given to victory by Jay Weller. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Defiance Moose Lodge, number 2094. It looks like several people from the Moose Lodge are here in the winner's circle for this presentation. Let's have a big hand here for Jay and Louise Weller and CS Full Speed and the Defiance Moose Lodge number 2094, the donors of the blanket.
Okay, we should be getting the rest of the results from Bill in just a moment, but
Number 1, CS Full Speed was a winner. Number 2, Wilder was 6th. Number 3, Smooth Talkin' was 2nd. Number 4, I'm Crazy was 3rd. Number 5, Longing for Cash was 4th. And number 6, Cape Count was 5th. Time of the first quarter was 31 and 4 fifths. The half was in 104. The 3/4 in 133. With a mile in 2:02 and 4 fifths. From the top it should read 1:62.345. A mile in 2:02 and 4 fifths.
okay, so that was your 4th race results.
Coming to race 5, number 3, Lather Up Athens. Make the driver Mark Hedworth. Mark Hedworth will drive number 3, Lather Up Athens.
Okay, so the only change that we know about in the upcoming 5th race is Mark Hedworth will drive Lather Up Athens. So Lather Up Athens in the 5th. And that's the only change that we know. And somebody has made their way up here for get a sticker on their passport. So we're going to go to a commercial and we'll be right back.
For over 50 years, Midland Acres has provided top-quality Ohio-bred colts and fillies. As a third-generation farm, we understand the importance of delivering well-cared-for and well-mannered yearlings. Get in the winner's circle with the yearlings by Fear the Dragon, Yankee Cruiser, Long Tom, Summa Cum Laude, Ready for Money, and Bit of a Legend. See our yearlings at the Blooded Horse Sale August 27th and the Ohio Select Sale September 13th.
Do you want your horse to shine in the winner's circle? Feed DAC Oil. It makes a world of difference.
We are back. I just want a t-shirt, so when Susan is ready, I'm going to run down and get it. I'm pretty excited about it. Yeah, we're ready. Yep.
Okay, so you put this on. Real close to your mouth.
So you gotta probably interview me maybe then?
I'll just ask you a
Question
about her.
and then, okay.
All right, we're back.
Okay, welcome back. We've got a. I think I went out.
Yeah.
I can't hear me.
Oh, you can't? Oh.
I can't hear you either.
Whoop, there we go. I'll try now.
Okay, now we got it back. So we are joined. We were talking about the name of the horse in the second race, and we looked it up, and it was a Swedish flower. So we are owned now. You said you own the horse?
My husband owns
Your
her.
husband, so that's Gregory Diamond?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain how she was named?
I'm born and raised in Sweden, and we bought her as a yearling, and she had a sugar something, I can't even remember now, and we wanted to name her something else. And she's born May 1st, and everything with Mayflower in here was already taken. And in Sweden they have a big fundraiser in the beginning of May, in the end of April, and they sell a pin. And actually I have a pin.
Oh, yeah.
He doesn't have a camera. I have a pin like this. They sell different pins as a fundraiser for poor people, poor kids.
Oh, okay.
And it's always a 5th grader in the school that creates the flower, and they are the one that's selling it. Actually, the first 2 days is the queen and the princess that sells them, and then the kid sells them.
Oh, gosh.
And it's a big thing. It's been maybe as long as I lived.
And how would you say it? How would you say your
My
horse's-
Blomman.
My Blomman.
My Blomman.
Okay.
Yeah.
What brought you to the United States?
Horses.
Horses, really?
Yeah, I came in '83. Worked with Standard Dancer, and then Nordine, and all kinds of. And then I met my husband, and we trained for a little while. We got out for maybe 25 years, and now we retired. And we bought some horses.
Bought some horses.
Yeah.
What a great thing to do.
And our home is in Florida, and we can't
okay.
race there, obviously.
Yes,
so,
yeah.
And he's from Ohio, so we raced in Ohio in the beginning of the 90s.
Oh, okay.
So that's why we coming up here and racing.
So you came here and you worked for Stanley Dancer, you said?
The first year, yeah,
First?
83. Yeah,
Okay.
I worked for Nadine, and I worked for Pelle Per Eriksson for a little bit.
Oh,
And
okay.
then we trained our own for a little bit, so we got regular job and made some money.
Darn, you had to get a regular job, right? I know how
now
that
we're
works.
retired. We saved and bought some horses.
Well, good for you. Good for you. How did you make that decision to come to the United States? as you must have been a young person.
It was a lot of Swedish back then. We Cottonhampton Farm and Nordin and everybody went over, and it was actually Hans Engling, Neville Pride's. The one that took care of Neville Pride. He had an ad in the paper, and we were a lot of Swedish and Danish and Holland from that work for Stanley. Yeah,
wow.
He had a lot of foreign working there.
I just jumped back on. Did we get a correct pronunciation of the 2-horse in the second race? The one.
Tell him again.
My Blomman.
Okay.
My Blomman.
All right.
Can you show? She has a picture of the bloom on her watch. So can you,
really?
If
that's what the
if you can stand.
Oh, okay.
Put it in front of the camera.
Yeah, probably. I don't know if that's going to work or not, but that's okay. Cool.
Okay, let's go to the post parade quick and with the
dancing everywhere. All by Ed Harwood of Monroe, Michigan. Trained and driven by Greg Bateson. Number 3 is Lather Up Athens. Owned and trained by Matt Waltz of Clayton, Michigan. The driver Mark Hedworth. Number 4 is Fear the Thunder. All by Bill Beecham of Calabogie, Ontario, and Robert Robinson of Metcalfe, Ontario. Trained by Steve Novak. The driver Mark St. Louis Jr. At number 5 is Hot Shots Ray. Owned and trained by Bill Webb of Defiance. The driver Clifton Bell. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Mutual windows closing in 4 minutes. There's Win, Place, Show, Exacta, and
Clifton's having a little trouble with this 5-horse here. We got a head pole that's come undone.
Thank you very much for coming out. Thank you. Well, that was fun. You never know who's going to come up and talk. That was the owner. Her and her husband own My Blomman, and she was.
That makes sense then.
Yeah, and
Okay.
she's from Sweden. Came here in '83. Worked for Stanley Dancer, Team Nordin, Continental Farms. I mean, she's got quite the resume for standardbreds. And then she said they had to quit and get a real job for a while, and now her and her husband are retired and came back to Ohio to race horses. So that was pretty neat. I'm really glad that she came up here and talked to us. So we're on the 5th, right?
We are. Lather Up Athens race. I've been looking forward to seeing it. He can fly.
Right.
He's just a little bit of a goofball, looks like.
Okay, well. Mama Said Zip It and Pierce Henry from the rail. Mike Sweeney trains for Marjorie Jaszewski of North Branch, Michigan. This is a Racing Hill. This is the gray colt, the pretty gray colt that's out there. It's out of a Rock and Roll Hanover mare, Mama Rock. Won his last start at Napoleon in 2 minutes and 3/5, and had a couple seconds also at Bowling Green and Marion. Dancing Everywhere, Greg Bateson drives, trains for Edwin Harwood from Monroe, Michigan. This is a Dancing Yankee out of a Kilowatt mare called Power Everywhere. That's a pretty good play on words. This horse last raced at a Michigan fair, finishing 4th. Was second at Paulding in 2, 6, and 3. Really lightly raced. Raced at Paulding on June 11th, then didn't race again until Bowling Green on July 30th. So had 6 weeks off there, and then came back now 2 weeks later. Raced at the fair in Michigan, and now here on the 20th. So looks like they're spacing his races out pretty good. Lather Up Athens, Mark Hedworth up from Matt Waltz. Matt is also the owner. This is a Lather Up, of course, out of a Pet Rock mare, Odds on Elfina. 2 seconds on the year, the fastest, 54-1. Fear the Thunder, Mark St. Louis for Steve Novak. And Hot Shots Rhea, Clifton Bell for Bill Webb. Bill also owns and bred this horse. He's had 8 starts in 2 seconds. Last second was at Bell Fountain. Let's join Bill Peters for the post parade, or for the call. Sorry.
Here they come. They're off and pacing. The first horse away is Fear the Thunder. At the rail second is Mama Said Zip It. On the outside third is Hot Shots Ray. And their fourth is Denson Everywhere. And the last horse is Lather Up Athens. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Mark St. Louis has Fear the Thunder on top by 2 lengths. Racing second is Mama Said Zip It, driven by Pierce Henry. And their third, that's Hot Shots Ray, driven by Clifton Bell. Up on the outside fourth is Lather Up Athens, driven by Mark Hedworth. And the last horse is Dancing Everywhere, driven by Greg Bateson. First quarter paced in 31 3/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, it is still Fear the Thunder with the lead. Mama Said Zip It races in there second. Hot Shots Ray is third. Dancing Everywhere fourth along the rail, and Lather Up Athens on the outside fifth. Coming to that half-mile mark, that's still Fear the Thunder with the lead. Racing second is Mama Said Zip It. Racing third, it is Hot Shots Ray. Fourth on the outside, it is Lather Up Athens, the last horse Dancing Everywhere. First half paced in 101 3/5. As they round the turn, heading down the backside to race over to the 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Fear the Thunder. The closest horse second is Mama Said Zip It. Lather Up Athens is now in high gear on the outside third. Fourth along the rail, Hot Shots Ray. And the last horse is Dancing Everywhere. Past that 3/4 mile mark, that's still Fear the Thunder by a length and a half over Mama Said Zip It. 3 quarters in 131 2/5. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's still Fear the Thunder with the lead, but here comes Mama Said Zip It up on the outside as they race through the lane. Fear the Thunder and Mama Said Zip It. Fear the Thunder up the rail. Mama Said Zip It on the outside. It's going to be Fear the Thunder, and here's the outcome. Mama Said Zip It holds on for place. Up for show is Lather Up Athens. A mile in 2 minutes and 3/5.
That mile in 2 minutes and 3/5. Off a half in 1 3. Lather Up Athens was really wide the whole time.
Out in the
he?
middle of the track, yeah. Still finished third. He's, like I said, I don't know. He just makes breaks out of nowhere. And I mean, kind of dirty ones at that. But I mean, he did it a couple times there. What was that last fair we were at? Napoleon.
Napoleon, yep.
And still, I mean, when he was pacing, he was flying. He just, if he can get it all put together, yeah, he's going to be a nice little racehorse.
So probably why he keeps him out so wide, just to keep out of everybody's way and out of trouble. And yeah, because he was parked the whole mile, and he was parked. I mean, he should get 2 little circles because he was parked. He maybe get 3 little circles. He was parked. He was way out, but better to be safe. That's for sure. Colt will learn to go. Well, you know he's got speed. I mean, gosh, he won a race in 54-1 at Scioto back in early August.
Big last quarter too, wasn't it? Like 26-1 or something.
26-2.
26-2.
Yeah. Wow.
Coming in from Calabogie and Metcalfe, Ontario, comes number 4, Fear the Thunder, owned by Bill Beecham and Bob Robinson, trained by Steve Novak, and driven to victory this evening by Mark St. Louis Jr. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Rough and Ready Tire and Repair, LLC of Sherwood. And members of the Schaefer family are in the winner's circle for the trophy presentation. Let's have a big hand here for Mark St. Louis Jr., Nicole Braden, and Brian Novak, and Fear the Thunder, and Rough and Ready Tire and Repair, the donors of the blanket.
Well, that was a perfect color blanket for the Mark St. Louis.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just matched his colors just absolutely perfectly.
Number 1, Mama Said Zip It was second. Number 2, Dancing Everywhere was fifth. Number 3, Lather Up Athens was third. Number 4, Fear the Thunder was the winner. And number 5, Hot Shots Ray was fourth. Time of the first quarter was 31 3/5. The half was in 101 3/5. The 3 quarters in 131 2/5 with a mile in 2 minutes and 3/5. From the top it should read 2, 5, 3, 1, 4 on the bottom. The mile in 2 minutes and 3/5.
So 5 races in the books. You know, Bill Peters just kind of amazes me because there's all sorts of names here. I'm struggling over some of these names. And he just goes, yeah, William Beecham from Calabogie, Ontario, and Robert Robinson from Metcalfe, Ontario. I would have looked at those and struggled, especially the Calabogie. And he just rolls it off like it's no big deal. So that is 5 races in the books. Still a really nice night here. It is cooling off a little bit. Most people have a sweatshirt or something on because it's just I think when the sun goes down in another half an hour or so, it'll feel quite chilly.
I saw the low over here, 49 this evening. Ooh. So we're dipping into the 40s. That's cooling right off.
That is. That's more like September weather.
Yeah, yep, it sure is.
Not August. It should be a little bit warmer in August, but. So 6th race coming up is the second of 2 divisions of the Chuck Peter Memorial 3-year-old filly trot. And we've got a couple of really nice fillies in here. Been doing a lot of winning, so we'll come back and talk about them right after this.
The future is bright in Ohio. Ohio Sire Stakes, Buckeye Stallion Series, 65 county and independent fairs. Whether it's the Ohio Sire Stakes, the Buckeye Stallion Series, or the County Fair, Ohio has a place for your racehorse. This year, Ohio breds are racing for over $20 million in stakes purses. Be part of the winning. Breed, buy, race, win in Ohio.
Volstead, Coach K. Hanover, Slay, Ohio's top trotters stand at Dublin Valley Farms. Volstead's offspring include Sugar Instead, the 2023 Ohio 2-year-old Trotting Filly of the Year, and 2024 Ohio Sire Stakes winner Jurassic Hattie. Coach K. Hanover, the son of world record holder Walner, and Slay, the son of Chapter 7, standing his first season at Dublin Valley Farms.
Cool Winds Farm in Lima, Ohio is a full-service standardbred breeding farm. Cool Winds stands the popular dancing Yankee, a 2-time world champion, along with 2019 jug winner Southwind Ozzy, the son of Some Beach Somewhere. Cool Winds also stands the royally bred $2 million earning Western Fame. Be sure to inspect the Cool Winds yearlings at the Ohio Selected Jug Sale at Pickaway on Friday, September 13th.
Not that far to yearling sales coming up. August 27th, I think, is the Blooded Horse sale at Springfield, and then they were just talking about the one on September 13th. I mean, in less than a month, we'll have a couple of the yearling sales already done, so it's getting that time of year. It seems later. I think I heard Bob Roberts say that we've been through 46 races, 46 race meets, I think it is. So you can always tell when you're getting to the back half of your Huff's Guide that it's getting towards the end of the fair season. So we're about 2/3 of the way through. Still a lot of racing to come, but it is getting late, and it just feels like it. The chill in the air tonight makes it feel like summer's getting over. So in this upcoming 6th race, they're going to be going for a purse of $6,300. It's the second of 2 divisions. At the rail, we've got Desert Haze. 7 wins out of 14 starts and 6 wins in a row. That's what we can see. I'm not sure when her 7th win was, if it was right before this, but she won at Napoleon, Attica, Bowling Green, Oak Harbor, Bellefontaine, and Marion. She also won a qualifier at Northfield in 2, 3, and 3. So this filly has been racing absolutely great. Greg Bateson drives and trains for Hayter Stables from Temperance, Michigan, and Greg Bateson from Toledo. This is an Uncle Peter filly out of a DeJarmborough mare, Vegas Sunset. Just racing absolutely fantastic at the fairs.
I think she's halfway to Hazel's win streak last year.
Because she had 14.
13 or 14?
13
I think it was
in a row?
13, yeah.
Okay.
And apparently there's a brother, a year younger, racing up in Michigan who's won like 4 in a row now. And
really?
Yeah, at the fairs up there, Michigan bred.
Wow.
So I wouldn't mind having one out of that dam, seems
oh my
like.
Gosh. That is, I wonder if the was Hydraulic Hazel Uncle Peter? I don't remember.
I don't think so. I
Okay.
think they were just half sisters.
Yeah, okay. So it's like one of those mares, it doesn't matter who you
I can't
breed
believe
her
I
to?
can't remember who her sire was. I
Yeah.
watched her race, I think, all of those 13 starts last year. I can't
Yeah.
remember who her sire was. Desi is her barn name, Desert Haze.
Oh, is it?
I've
Desi?
been calling her Hazy, and apparently that's all wrong.
Oh.
Greg told me that was not correct.
Not correct. Well, somebody will know who's Hydraulic Hazel by. Somebody will give us that answer.
They could have been full sisters, but I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I don't think that they are. But I mean, she's just been racing so good. You can't ask for anything more than that. Had 7 wins last year out of 14 starts, so she's the same as she was 7 for 14 last year, 7 for 14 this year. Earned $50,000 last year. Had a mark of 2-2 and 2 at Delaware.
I mean, it's so tough with the trotter too. I mean, just to keep one flat that many starts in a row. I mean, this track surface is obviously a ton different than what they just saw at Hicksville, and it's a ton different than the one they'll see next week. And
yeah.
I mean, you just can't hardly seem to knock them off their feet.
Yeah. And she likes to go to the top. Most of the time she is out of, she has a couple where she left from the rail and sat second till the half and then pulled. Another time she had the 5-hole and sat second. And then she was up by a head, then she was second by a head, and then ended up winning by a nose. So she does like the front, but it looks like she can sit also. I see Mike Webkenberg himself is here tonight, right?
Yeah, spoke with him a little bit. He said, I think he said 31 fairs in the 31 spots in the next 14 days, and he thinks he's got the logistics figured out to get through the whole season. And he wasn't planning on it. It was kind of a spur of the moment thing that he had to pick up a few, and it looks like he's going to be able to get it done. So it's impressive.
It is. It's a lot of logistics, like we said.
Going for a purse of $6,300 and a blanket given in memory of Walter and Mabel Shaw and Mikey Miller. Number 1 is Desert Haze, owned by Hayter Stables LLC of Temperance, Michigan, and Greg Bateson of Toledo, Ohio, trained and driven by Greg Bateson. Number 2 is Count on Betty, owned by Sherry and Dana Idens of Black Lick, Ohio, and Tina Sudermeister of Pataskal, Ohio, trained by Mike Metters, the driver Emmanuel Miller. Number 3 is Silazoo, leased by E.G. Trot LLC of Findlay, trained and driven by Ed Greeno Jr. Number 4 is T.D. Hill, owned by John Schlabaugh of Millersburg, Ohio, and Walnut View Farm of Walnut Creek, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver, the driver Drew Neal. Number 5 is Leeton Star, owned by Jerry Migel of Westland, Michigan, trained by Steve Novak, the driver Mark St. Louis Jr. At number 6, Bell has been drawn.
I would like to mention that they have done a great job with their post parades tonight. I mean, they've been almost all been perfect tonight. Actually, I think it was the second or third race, Manny Miller actually turned one around here in the turn, so he wasn't out of order. So
that's good. That's nice. That is, some people say, well, what are you fussing about? But it makes nice for the people that are sitting here.
Yeah.
Right, it's part of the show. It's a nice thing when they try. I know sometimes you can't.
Right.
Sometimes you got a horse that's just acting really goofy and you can't, but most of the time you can, so we appreciate that. So we talked a little bit about Desert Haze, the 2-horse Count on Betty, Emmanuel Miller up for trainer Mike Metters. Sherry and Dana Edens and Tina Sudermeister are the owners, and Sherry Edens was the breeder. This is a full count filly out of an Andover Hall mare. 13 starts on the year, has 1 second and 3 thirds, has earned a little over $9,500. Scylla Zoo and Ed Greeno Jr. Ed Greeno is also the trainer, and E.G. Trot is the leasee. This is a What the Hill out of Illizu, who's by Dream Vacation. 9 starts this year, 2 seconds and 3 thirds. She was third last week, recovered after making a break at Salina to finish third, and was second at Wapakoneta and third Bowling Green. Taddy Hill drew Neal up for Rosie Weaver. John Schlabach and Walnut View Farm are the owners of this What the Hill filly. She's out of a Donato Hanover mare. Oof, Taddy's Donato. 4 wins, 5 seconds, 2 thirds out of 16 starts. So another filly that has been racing really well. Won last week at Napoleon in 2-2-1. Was second, just back by a head at Croton. Came her last quarter in 27-3. Mansfield won in 2-5-1, and Bowling Green won in 2-3. So you can look for this filly if she does get back in the field. You can be looking for her coming late with those big last quarters of 27 and a bit. Lead and star, Mark St. Louis Jr. from the 5. Steve Novak trains. Jerry Myjal from Westland, Michigan, the owner. This is another What the Hill out of a Cincinnati kid mare, Cincy Star. 15 starts this year, 3 wins, 3 seconds, and a third. One at Tiffin in 2-2-4. One at Oak Harbor in 2-1-2. That is her lifetime mark. But it was second last week, just back a bit at Napoleon in 2-3-4. So all of these fillies could be in contention very easily. Of course, Desert Haze has the most wins with 7. Taddy Hill has 4, and Leading Star has 3. So got 3 of them that are going to be pretty tough in this race. So they are headed to the backside now and all gathering up. They're going to go to the Mike Webkenberg starting gate. I'm going to mention a couple of our other officials today. We have speed superintendent is Gary Backhouse. Presiding judge is Paul Combs. Our charter is a Tracy Hathaway, it says, but I did see
Terry Mount Pleasant
here. Yeah, so I think she's doing the charting. Bill Peters is the clerk and the announcer. Lynn Scott Photo does the photo finish. Bowen Photo is the track photographer. And, of course, the Webkenberg starting gate. So we always...
Oh, yeah. We got a head pole dangling on the 5 there.
Oh, yep. So he's going to have to get that fixed. That shouldn't be much of a problem. We always, we lean on the Huff's guides of what's going on, who's going to be here, who's going to be the judge, and so forth. But these are printed out so early in the year that things just happen to change. And speaking of Huff's guides, if you don't want to miss out on getting your 2025 Huff's guide, you should get your order in now. They're $10, and you can order them by calling the OHHA office. You can use a credit card. There's a slight, I think it'll be an extra 35 cents to use the credit card, but you can get it ordered now because we ordered 100 extra last year over and above of what people had pre-ordered, and we still ran out. So should get your orders in now so you make sure that you have it.
Number 5 horse Leading Star is now returning to the track.
And there is a $10 off of 100. I don't know if that'll be the case next year for Big D's. So, I mean, that if you are buying the horse equipment or supplies for Big D's, I mean, it pays for itself, really.
Yeah, absolutely right. There's a coupon in there for $10 off. Good point.
I'm thinking about ordering 2 because mine's beat to death already this year. It's in rough shape.
Yes.
I mean, I look at it every day, though.
Yeah, yeah. Well, mine got wet the other night.
Yeah, that didn't help mine too.
And what was really disappointing to me is my 1967 Huffsky got wet.
Yeah.
So it's really in rough shape now.
To provide the starting gate services for us.
Yeah, we are in dire need of all kinds of officials, including starting gate officials, starters, starting gate operators, presiding judges, clerks, charters, everything. If anybody has any interest in doing that at all, you can give us a call at the OHHA office and we'll get you kind of set up with a mentor or somebody you can kind of hang out with and learn what it's like and see if you might want to do it. A lot of people have a harness racing background and then they move into the officiating part of it, but you don't really have to have a really strong background. If you just want to see what it's like, let us know, or talk to somebody at a fair.
There
at your
at
local
the
fair.
post. Starting gate is rolling now.
You can always find out. We have a great book that's called Careers in Horse Racing at the office too, that we can send out to you if you're interested in seeing what other kind of jobs there are in horse racing. So let's turn it over to Bill Peters for the call of this 6th race.
Maybe we have a recall.
Yeah, looks like a recall.
Well,
not sure what happened.
I have my USCA rule book, and I have a little thing on the page for recalls because I always like to talk about this because this changed a while back. So there are just a few reasons for recalls now. Horse scores ahead of the gate. There is interference. A horse has broken equipment. There is a malfunction of the starting gate. A horse falls before the word go is given, or a horse comes into the gate out of position. So those are the only reasons that you can have a recall now. So I'm not sure, couldn't really tell what it was.
Mark is off the bike over there.
Oh, okay, right behind the gate.
Yeah.
Okay, so he may have had some kind of equipment.
He's got her up against the fence, might be working on that head pole again.
That's right, that was the one that had the head pole come apart. Well, looks like he must have everything in order because the gate's on the way and he's jumped back into the bike. So he must have had something like broken equipment or something. Okay, let's try it again. Here's Bill Peters.
There they come. They're off and trotting. That's T.D. Hill going out after the lead along with Desert Haze. Up on the outside third is Leading Star. Down at the rail fourth is Count on Betty. The last horse off stride is Silazoo. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark. Mark St. Louis moves Leading Star up on the outside to gain command. Coming back second along the rail, that is T.D. Hill, driven by Drew Neal. Racing third is Desert Haze, driven by Greg Mason. And their fourth going down the backside is Count on Betty, driven by Emmanuel Miller. Farther back fifth is Silazoo, driven by Ed Greeno Jr. First quarter was trotted in 31 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, that's Leading Star by 3.5 lengths. Trotting second, that is racing in their second, that is T.D. Hill. Third is Desert Haze. Racing fourth is Count on Betty, and fifth is Silazoo. Front four pretty well bunched as they come to the half-mile mark. That's still leading star with the lead. Closing in a wee bit second now is T.D. Hill. Desert Haze now moves up a little closer third. Fourth, that is Count on Betty, and then comes Silazoo. First half trotted in 101 and 1/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. That's leading star along the rail of the lead. Pouring on the pressure on the outside second is T.D. Hill. Desert Haze trots in there third. Fourth is Count on Betty, and trailing is Silazoo. Going to the 3/4 mile mark. T.D. Hill sticks her nose out in front, but now Desert Haze is flying up. Leading star still second along the rail though. Past that 3/4 mile mark. Leading star gets new life and trots right on. That's T.D. Hill second, Desert Haze third, and Count on Betty goes off stride. Less than an eighth of a mile to go. That's leading star with the lead. T.D. Hill a second, Desert Haze 3 wide as they race through the lane. That's leading star at the rail. T.D. Hill on the outside, 3 wide is Desert Haze as they race for home. Leading star, T.D. Hill and Desert Haze. T.D. Hill and Desert Haze and leading star. It's going to be Desert Haze. T.D. Hill up for place, leading star for show. How about that for the finish of a horse race? In 2:03 and 3/5.
How about that for a finish of a horse race? She just refuses to get beat right now. I mean, that was a stiff bunch right there that she just raced against. I mean, those are.
She just kind of was sitting back there like no big deal.
Yeah.
I
was more nervous than Greg was, I'm sure. Like, go, Greg, come on.
Yeah, when are you going to go? I tell you, there was a bunch of happy people right down in front of us. They were yelling like crazy at her. So that's you got to ride that streak when you can. My goodness, that is 8 races she has won out of 15 starts this summer. And that may be 8 in a row, but I don't know for sure about what her start was before July 2nd. Let's see if I can look her up. Greg Bateson has been training and driving her all the time.
The first division, so after the races we'll have to flip a coin down in the speed office to determine the actual blanket winner of the Chuck Peter Memorial.
That's kind of unusual to have the 2 divisions exactly.
And I believe this is 8 in a row for Desert Haze. Desert Haze is owned by Hayter Stables LLC of Temperance, Michigan, and Greg Bateson, and trained into a victory by Greg Bateson. Now, members of the Peter family are in the winner's circle. The picture was taken of the Chuck Peter Memorial, and again, it was an equal time of this first division, so we'll flip a coin down in the speed office after the race. Okay, now we need to take a picture of the other blankets you're going to receive here. The blanket in memory of Walter and Mabel Shaw and Mikey Miller. And members of the Miller family are in the winner's circle for the trophy presentation. Desert Haze will receive this blanket. Let's have a big hand here for Greg Mason, Jennifer Main, Cooper Stambaugh, and Desert Haze, and members of the Miller family for giving this blanket in memory of Walter and Mabel Shaw and Mikey Miller.
Okay, so we should be getting the results pretty soon. We have a question here from John Wells. What is the history behind the name Huffsguide? So if anybody knows that, let us know.
Betty was 4th. Number 3, Silazoo was 5th. Number 4, T.D. Hill was 2nd. Number 5, Leading Star was 3rd. At number 6, Oh Well Bell had been drawn. Time of the first quarter was 31 seconds. The half was in 1:01 and 1/5. The 3/4 in 1:31 and 4/5. With a mile in 2:03 and 3/5. From the top it should read 1:45, 2, 3, scratch. A mile in 2:03 and 3/5.
So that is the results of the 6th race. 7th race coming up will be a 2-year-old filly Pace, the second of 2 divisions. We have on the 4-horse Granite Ridge Lady, Mark St. Louis Jr., and on the 6, Ollie Sweetcake, Rod Adams Jr. So we asked a question, maybe some of you will have it. John Wells, my friend from Wisconsin, said, what's the history behind the name Huff's Guide? And I know it's been the Huff's Guide for forever, the Huff's National Fair Directory, but maybe somebody knows where that original name come from. This year's is the 118th annual edition, so it's got quite a history to it. So anybody out there know where it originated from? Let us know. And in the meantime, we're going to take a short break, and then we'll be back with race number 7.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out, Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com for fast shipping. Most orders ship that day. Or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year. Our expert team of boarded surgeons, sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sport horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Okay, so when we left, we were talking about the Huff's Guide, and I have my 1967 Huff's Guide here. And in 1967, at the Defiance County Fair, we raced 3 nights. Raced on a Tuesday night, a Wednesday night, and a Friday night. They were in the NWOCRA, so I'm thinking that's Northwestern Ohio Colt Racing Association. I know at one time there was a lot of, I think I remember that there was 8 different colt associations that raced throughout the state. So they were part of that. They had a lot of overnights. The Northwestern Ohio Colt Racing Association races went for 2,140. Now at that time they did not split them up between colts and fillies, so they just had a 3-year-old Pace, a 2-year-old Trot, so they did not split them up between the sexes. Also a lot of overnights went for $750, $600, $500. Pace down winners of $700 went for $500. Pace down winners at $20,000 went for $750. On the speed committee were Jay Volkert, Wayne Gorell, Charles Adams, and Clyde Killian. USTA rules. Entry fee was 3% of the purse, and they just drew the day before the race, so you had to declare in by 10 a.m. the day before the race, so it wasn't much time. It's not like it is now where there's at least like 3 days, but so that was 1967 from Hicksville, raced 3 nights. My Huff's Guide got a little wet, so it kind of smells funny, and it's a little stiff, but it's still okay. So 7th race coming up, the 2-year-old filly Pace, second of 2 divisions. I see they turned the lights on. Got nice lights around the track, so it should be good. I've been here when it was pretty dark, and the lighting was quite good, so everybody should be able to see well out on the track. They've been coming out and watering and dragging this track a lot. Seems like they've been watering every couple of races, so the track's in really good shape. Horses are all gathering up. we've got a standout in this field, Pink Jammies. She has been 8 of 9 on the board and won 6 of those starts. Been winning right along. She won a Buckeye Stallion Series her last start out at Northfield in 56-4. She finished second in a Buckeye Stallion Series at Scioto Downs in 55, and then she won another one at Northfield in 58-2. So winning and being second, 2 wins and a second in the Buckeye Stallion Series, as well as wins on the fair circuit. She's kind of set herself up for being in both the Buckeye Stallion Series final and the Fair Championship final. So Fear the Dragon filly, she's racing really well. She is kind of the standout in this field, but we've also had horses that have been racing quite well also. So we do have 13 races tonight. We've got some overnight races. We've got enough horses entered that there are 2 divisions of one of the overnights, the 2-year-old and 3-year-old pace, also eligible non-winners of $2,500 lifetime, also eligible maidens. So we've got some horses in there that aren't in the stake races, but they've got a chance to race here. So the only requirements are if you're 2 or 3, or if you are non-winners of $2,500 lifetime. We do have, looks like 1 2-year-old and all 3-year-olds in the first division. And in the second division, they are also all 2 and 3-year-olds. I couldn't tell. Did he say he was calling them to the
It said they're I think, yeah, getting them together.
Getting them together.
They're out of coffee.
Filly Pace, going for a purse of $6,540 and a blanket given in memory of Lee Peter. Number 1 is Mayor of Delaware, all by Frederick Reed IV of Delaware, trained by Ron Stack, the driver Emmanuel Miller. Number 2 is Faithful Nation, owned and trained by Robbie Brooks of Van Loo, Ohio, the driver Pierce Henry. Number 3 is Pink Jammies, all by Heartland Acres of Wahonding, Ohio, and Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver, the driver is Drew Neal. Number 4 is Granite Ridge Lady, owned by Red Rock Racing LLC of Convoy, Ohio, trained by Chad Williamson, the driver Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 5 is My White Rose, owned by Greg Bateson of Toledo and Hader Stables LLC of Temperance, Michigan, trained and driven by Greg Bateson. At number 6 is Ollie's Sweet Cake, owned by JNR Racing of Rising Sun, Ohio, Mark Kistler of Vickery, Ohio, and Sheila Marie Mobus of Northwood, Ohio, trained by Jamie Weller and the driver Rod Adams Jr. Horses will take 1.
Drew was out there with a 3-horse, but it wasn't the 3-horse. He was warming something up, so he just went back and got Pink Jammies.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because, I mean, you can't miss Pink Jammies out on the racetrack.
That's right. Pink Jammies comes in all her pink outfit.
She is so good looking.
There's Pink Jammies all decked out in her pink stuff. Pink hobbles.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Let's talk about these horses in the 7th race. Mayor of Delaware, Emmanuel Miller, up for trainer Ron Steck, and owner and breeder Frederick Reed IV. It's a well-said filly out of Christian Cullen Mare Wednesday's Whim. 6 starts on the year, 1/3. That third was at Marysville when she was timed in 2-7-1, but came home in 29-2 to finish 3rd. Faithful Nation, Pierce Henry up for Robert Brooks. Robert is also the owner. This is a Western Vintage filly out of an Arts Place mare, All-American Nation. Had 1 win on the year. That was in 2-2-1 at Bellefontaine. The next start after that, she was in a Buckeye Stallion Series at Northfield Park. She finished 6th, but was timed in 59-1. And Pink Jammies, Drew Neal up for Rosie Weaver. 8 of 9 first and seconds of the year. She had won at Northfield, Croton, Mansfield, Mount Vernon, Northfield. A couple of those were Buckeye Stallion Series. She finished second in the Buckeye Stallion Series. She's just been racing terrifically. Earnings already of $37,974 and that mark of 56-4 at Northfield. Granite Ridge Lady, Mark St. Louis up for Chad Williamson. Red Rock Racing LLC is the owner of this Dancing Yankee filly. She's by Vintage, out of a Vintage Mastermare, Vintage Babe. 2 starts on the year, 1 second. That was at Wapakoneta in 2-2 and 1. My White Rose with Greg Bateson from the 5. Greg Bateson trains and co-owns along with Hayter Stables. This is a Western Terror out of a Camluck mare, Strawberries on Top. Has raced at a fair in Michigan last start, has had 1 third. That was at Bowling Green. And Alley Sweet Cake, Rod Allums up for Jamie Weller. J&R Racing, Mark Kiesler, and Sheila Mobus are the owners. This is a bit of a legend filly out of a Dragon Again mare, All Rush. This horse has had 6 starts this year, 1 win. That was back at Tiffin at her home track in 2 minutes and 3/5. But the very next start, she went to the Buckeye Stallion Series, finished 3rd at Scioto, was timed in 55-3. Next start, she went back to the Ohio State Fair races at Scioto Downs and was timed in 55 flat. So this the 6 horse, Ali Sweetcake, has gone some big miles at the Pari-Mutual tracks.
Got a bit of a delay here. Clifton Bell's going out to help Drew, I think, turn Pink Jammies and get her going.
Oh, okay.
She's throwing a little bit of a fit every time she gets going the right way.
Clifton's going to get her going.
There we go. Running start.
Yeah.
Good to see his ankles all healed up.
He had quite a limp that day.
Yeah, he sure did.
Yeah. Well, that was at Croton, wasn't it?
Yep.
He came out of the bike, and he's running pretty good on it now, so it must be all better.
There we go.
There we go. Let's hope everybody else gets turned and catches up. Clifton's running back out there again. Has he got somebody else to turn?
Wow.
Huh.
See who we got this time. Yep, maybe Manny's horse. Yeah, gonna help out his co-worker, Manny Miller.
Now the sad part is now Pink Jammies is going to have to make
I
another
know,
turn.
yeah. Get one more quick lap in here, Drew.
Oh, it looks like something came off. He's trying to get something back on. He picked up off the track. Sometimes these fillies get a little cantankerous. They don't want to turn, or they don't want to do what they're supposed to do. They're just getting all revved up as they thought they were going to be starting to race pretty soon, and now all of a sudden they got to stop. Here comes Pink Jammies. My White Rose with a ear hood on and a very, very tight shadow roll, it looks like, very high up. There's no more shadows on this track now. The sun went down. Well, we got lots of people out there to get everybody headed the right way.
All right, I think we're all pointed in the right direction.
So all 6 2-year-old filly pacers are headed towards the Webkenberg starting gate. Okay, I don't have any answers about the house guide, so maybe nobody is knows for sure.
Here they come. They're off and pacing. That's Pink Jammies going out after there to lead along with Faithful Nation. And their third is Mayor of Delaware. Moving up fourth along the rail, that's Granite Ridge Lady. Racing in their fifth is My White Rose. The last horse off stride is Ali Sweet Cake. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over that quarter-mile mark, Junio has Pink Jammies on top by 2 lengths. Facing second is Faithful Nation, driven by Pierce Henry. Racing in their third is Mayor of Delaware, driven by Emmanuel Miller. Fourth is Granite Ridge Lady, driven by Mark St. Louis Jr. Fifth is My White Rose, driven by Greg Bateson. Farther back sixth is Ali Sweet Cake, driven by Rod Adams Jr. First quarter was paced in 32 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, that's still Pink Jammies with the lead. Faithful Nation sits in the golden chair second. Racing in their third as they race down to the half-mile mark. That is Granite Ridge Lady. Excuse me, that's Mayor of Delaware in their third. Granite Ridge Lady fourth. Racing fifth is My White Rose and Ollie Sweet Cake trails. First half was paced in 1:02 and 4/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Pink Jammies. The closest horse second is Faithful Nation. Racing third is Mayor of Delaware. In their fourth going down the backside is Granite Ridge Lady. Fifth is My White Rose and trailing Ollie Sweet Cake. Going to the 3/4 mile mark. That's still Pink Jammies with the lead. Faithful Nation is now a closer second along the rail. Third is Mayor of Delaware. Granite Ridge Lady on the outside fourth. 3/4 in 1:34 and 2/5 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That is still Pink Jammies with the lead. Faithful Nation in their second as they race for home. That's Pink Jammies and Faithful Nation and Granite Ridge Lady on the outside third. As they come to the wire, it's going to be Pink Jammies, and here the outcome. Faithful Nation holds on for place, I believe. Tight though, up for third was Granite Ridge Lady. A mile in 2:03 and 4/5.
So Pink Jammies now has won 7 out of 10 starts for the year. Puts her earnings up to over $40,000.
I didn't get to go back and see Rosie or if Bolt's here today, but I did at Napoleon, and we talked about Pink Jammies a little bit, and she's convinced that Pink Jammies is not giving 100% effort at this point. I mean, she's just going through the motions and has a lot more potential that is untapped. So if that's the case, I mean, she's going to be a very nice filly.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, she looks like she likes to have her own way.
Yeah, I'd say, yep.
She does like to go to the top. That's just what she did, and probably sometimes at the fairs, maybe that's the best thing to be, is at the top, if you've got that kind of a talent. Rosie out in the winner's circle. Somebody hollering to Rosie from the grandstand.
Circle where the winners go. Coming in from Walhonding in Beach City, Ohio, comes number 3, Pink Jammies. Owned by Heartland Acres and Rosie Weaver, trained by Rosie Weaver, and driven to victory this evening by Drew Neal. The blanket for this race is given in memory of Lee Peter. Lee was a longtime owner of harness horses here in the Hicksville area. And Jim and Kara Shaw are in the winner's circle for the trophy presentation. Let's have a big hand here for Rosie Weaver, Drew Neal, and Pink Jammies, and for Jim and Kara Shaw for giving this blanket in memory of Lee Peter.
We'll be getting the rundown pretty soon. I couldn't call it. I think between, what was it, 3 and 4 was pretty tight. or maybe it was 2 and 3. I can't remember now. Unofficially, Pink Jammies your winner. I had Faithful Nation being second, but I think Granite Ridge Lady was right there also, so we may have to have a photo for that one. We still have a very large crowd here tonight. Not too many people have left. Maybe they went down and got something to eat and came right back. What'd you have to eat tonight?
McDonald's.
Oh.
Number 2, Faithful Nation was second. Number 3, Pink Jammies was the winner. Number 4, Granite Ridge Lady was third. Number 5, My White Rose was fifth. Number 6, Ali Sweet Cake was sixth. Time of the first quarter was 32 seconds. The half was in 1:02 and 4/5. The 3 quarters in 1:34 and 2/5, with a mile in 2:03 and 4/5. From the Tavish Raid, 4:21, 3:56, a mile in 2:03 and 4/5.
Okay, so race number 7 in the books, race number 8 coming up. We've got a couple changes to tell you about. The 3, Luke's Rainbow, Pierce Henry will drive. The 4, Rose Run Zoom, Drew Neal will drive. And the 5, Super Begonia, Cody Greeno will drive. And we have a driver or an owner change on that horse. E.G. Trot LLC is now the owner of Super Begonia. So those are the only changes that we know about. This is the second of 2 divisions of the 3-year-old colt trot coming up. Going to race for a purse of $6,400, 7 in it, and we'll talk about all 7 when we come back.
The first Defiance County Fair in Hicksville, Ohio was held in 1877. Hosted by the Northwestern Ohio and Northeastern Indiana District Agricultural Associations, the fair was a melting pot of attendees. It was comprised of 4 Defiance County townships, 3 from Indiana, and 1 from Paulding County, Ohio. The fair was held in late September to celebrate the equinox and nearing the end of harvest. With no electricity, it was only a day fair. Farmers and families would arrive in carriages, unhitch and tie their horses to the racetrack fence, and spend their mornings visiting with others and viewing the exhibits. A baseball game occupied the afternoon, but the biggest show started after dinner. Harness racing was popular around the country in the 18 and 1900s. Defiance County was no exception. Every fairgoer stayed to watch trotters and pacers race in the evenings. After the horses finished, the fair always closed out with a foot race. Today, the Defiance County Fair is a member of the Ohio Fair Racing Conference. They host 2 nights of live-action harness racing.
The roots of harness racing are born at the county fair. For over 150 years, people have gathered to watch horses battle it out for fame and glory. Catch the thrills this summer at an Ohio Fair Racing Conference County Fair. The OFRC races at 22 fairs in 20 Ohio counties. Trotters and pacers put it all on the line to be called the best in the Buckeye State. The Ohio Fair Racing Conference, where the path to greatness begins.
Before the last race, we were talking about the overnight races that they have. The 2 and 3-year-olds, also eligible non-winners with 2,500 life, also eligible maidens, but they also have 2 divisions of the Signature Series tonight, the 4-year-old and up Signature Series. We've got some really nice horses in here. There's one of the horses that we talked about earlier too, Surfin' in the Canyon, owned and trained by Steve Bateson, going for 9 in a row. I think he's won 8 in a row. So he'll be going for 9. He has had 9 wins on the year out of just 11 starts. been racing mostly in the Signature Series. Did go to Scioto Downs and race once, where he went in 150 and 3, but otherwise been racing in the Signature Series. There's some nice horses in both divisions of the Signature Series that have been racing really well. What a great series for people to have. This Signature Series is just so great for these older horses. Some of them coming back and forth between the pari-mutuels and then racing here, and then some of them just staying right at those Signature Series races, getting points for the final, which will be held at Delaware. He has, you can go to thesignatureseries.us to see those points. The point standings are up. Lisa Schwartz does all that. She's the secretary of the Signature Series and takes care of all that stuff, keeping the points up to date. So it's a big deal for some of these horses to be able to go for that $15,000 purse. And I believe that it has expanded so much. Somebody was telling me just yesterday that when the Signature Series first started, they only went to like 5 different fairs. And now I think it's 36 or 39. Nope, 36 participating fairs all over the place. This is for 4-year-olds and up, the older horses. It's just a really nice series, and they've got some great sponsors. OHHA is a sponsor of it, Midland Acres, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply, Cool Winds Farm, Sugar Valley Farm, Hickory Lane Farm, AWS Stables, the Blooded Horse Sale Company, Springhaven Farm, and Hagemeyer Farms. So a lot of the major breeders in the state are sponsors of the Signature Series. And as we said, it's at 36 different fairs, and it does have that $15,000 final at Delaware. Also coming up in the Signature Series is the $12,000 Canfield Pacing Derby and Canfield Trotting Derby. So those are some really big races, too, for going for that $12,000. They went for $10,000 at Urbana in the Dick Buxton Trot. But a lot of the purses, they're $2,000 and up. A lot of them are $2,000, but a lot of them are $35,000, $4,000, $5,000. So nice purses for the Signature Series. Let's go to Bill Peters for the post-parade of the 8th race.
This is our parading post right here for race 8. This is the second division of the 3-year-old colt trot, going for a purse of $6,400 and a blanket courtesy of Defiance Chiropractic Center. One is Hill Tabber, owned by Jay and Louise Weller Republic, trained and owned by Jay Weller. Number 2 is Baker's Slim Chance, owned by Catherine Smith of Glen Allen, Virginia, trained by Pat Karcher and the driver Greg Bateson. Number 3 is Luke's Rainbow, owned by Tony Langhan of Hillsdale, Michigan, trained by Brett Boyd, the driver Pierce Henry. Number 4 is Rose Run Zoom, owned by Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Heartland Acres of Wall Honding, and KVD LLC of Hudson, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver, the driver Drew Neal. Number 5 is Super Begonia, owned by E.G. Trott of Findlay, Ohio, trained by Ed Greeno Jr., the driver is Cody Greeno. Number 6 is Secret Chaos Theory, owned by Mike Sweeney of Delaware, Ohio, and Lemmer Racing LLC of Rockwood, Michigan, trained by Mike Sweeney, the driver is Curtis Harper. And number 7 is Supreme Samson, owned by Hagerman Racing of Mount Vernon, Ohio, Daniel Schrock of Millersburg, Ohio, Vernon Miller of Fredericksburg, Ohio, trained by Herman Hagerman. The driver is Emmanuel Miller. Horses will take.
Okay, let's take a look at the horses in this 3-year-old colt trot. Hill Tabber and Jay Weller from the rail. Jay is the trainer and co-owns this horse with Louise Weller. It is a What the Hill out of a Cantab Hall mare, Cantabby. 10 starts on the year, has got 1/3, earning $2,600. Has been making a lot of breaks. So breaks in almost every start. So it'll be all Jay can do tonight to try and keep this horse flat. Banker's Slim Chance and Greg Bateson from the 2 for Pat Karcher. Catherine Ann Smith from Glen Valley, Virginia is the owner. This is a Break the Bank K out of Tom Ridge mare, Sassin Pout. 7 starts on the year, has not hit the board yet, was 4th last start at Napoleon in 2, 5, and 4. Luke's Rainbow, Pierce Henry will drive for trainer Brett Boyd. Tony Langham is the owner and the breeder of this Lucky Chucky colt. It's out of a Corleone mare, Rose Run Joni. Raced at a couple of Michigan fairs, and actually 3 Michigan fairs. I'm not sure, Chill, Bad Axe, and Hastings. So has had 1 win, and that was at the Bad Axe Fair in 2-8. Had 2 wins last year as a 2-year-old out of just 6 starts. Rose Run Zoom and Drew Neal from the 4 for trainer Rosie Weaver. Rosie owns along with Heartland Acres and Cabby D LLC. This is an Uncle Peter out of a crazed mare, Locomotion. 10 starts on the year, 1 win. That was at Marysville in 1:58.2. That's a very good mile at Marysville. This horse has already made $16,000 this year. Super Begonia, Cody Greeno up for Ed Greeno, changed the owners to E.G. Trot. It's an Enterprise out of a striking Sabre mare, Sprightly Begonia. 4 starts on the year. Excuse me. Secret Chaos Theory, Curtis Harper from the 6, and Supreme Samson and Emmanuel Miller will trail from the 7.
Here they come. The year off and trotting. The first horse away is Secret Chaos Theory. Off stride second goes Luke's Rainbow. Moving up along the rails, down to take over second is Rose Run Zoom. Racing in there third, that's Banker's Slim Chance. Moving along at the rail fourth as he races down the backside, that is Hill Tabber. Going toward that quarter-mile mark, Curtis Harper has Secret Chaos Theory on top by about 3.5 lengths. Trotting in there second, down the backside, that is Rose Run Zoom, driven by Drew Neal. Racing third, that is Banker's Slim Chance, driven by Greg Bateson. And their fourth is Hill Tabber, driven by Jay Weller. First quarter was trotted in 32 3/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, that's still Secret Chaos Theory with the lead. 2 lengths back second is Rose Run Zoom, with Banker's Slim Chance trotting in there third. Racing along fourth is Hill Tabber. Moving up on the outside fifth as he come down to the half, that is Supreme Samson. Racing sixth is Super Begonia, and the last horse is Luke's Rainbow. First half trotted in 105 1/5, and all 7 trotters are pretty well bunched as they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Secret Chaos Theory. 2.5 lengths back second is Rose Run Zoom. Racing in there third down the backside, that is that is now Supreme Samson. Going to that 3/4 mile mark, that is still Secret Chaos Theory with the lead, but Rose Run Zoom is in high gear second, followed by Supreme Samson. 3/4 in 135 4/5. Less than 1/8 of a mile to go. That's Secret Chaos Theory at the rail. Rose Run Zoom on the outside second, followed by Supreme Samson. As they race for home, Secret Chaos Theory and Rose Run Zoom. Secret Chaos Theory at the rail. Rose Run Zoom on the outside. It's going to be Rose Run Zoom. Secret Chaos Theory up for place. Supreme Samson for show. A mile in 2:04 4/5.
So that mile in 2:04 4. Last quarter in 29 seconds. Rose Run Zoom came up and got the win for Drew Neal and Rosie Weaver. This is Rose Run Zoom's second win of the year. Won earlier at Marysville, as we said, in 58 2. And now winning here at Hicksville in 2-4 4. Unofficially, Secret Chaos Theory was second. Rose Run Zoom was a very good 2-year-old 9 starts, 1 win, 4 seconds, and a third, but earned $103,000 as a 2-year-old. So now is up to, in just 19 starts in the year, is up to $119,000. So really has made quite a bit of money. Rose Run Zoom was a $33,000 purchase at the Ohio Selected sale. So
one of these days it's going to work out for Secret Chaos there. He kind of ran into a Bearcat with Rosie's horse there, but I mean, he's a nice trotter. He's just still chasing down that elusive first win. But I like him a lot. I think he's going to be all right.
I mean, he's 5 seconds.
Yep.
You know, it's just
always right there.
Yeah, and always close too. You know, just a couple lengths off, 1 length off at Marysville. So always right there. Just have to, like you said, just got to run into an easier field maybe.
Yep.
The winner's circle, where the winners go, coming in from Beach City, Wall Hunting, and Hudson, Ohio, comes number 4, Rose Run Zoom. Owned by Rosie Weaver, Heartland Acres, and Kevy D LLC. Trained by Rosie Weaver and driven to victory this evening by Drew Neal. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Defiance Chiropractic Center. Let's have a big hand here for Rosie Weaver, Drew Neal, and Rose Run Zoom, and the Defiance Chiropractic Center, the donors of the blanket.
There, that one matches Rosie's colors. First one she got was red and white.
Yeah.
That one matches about perfect.
Well, you always wonder if there's just a little trading going on back at the barn area, don't you? Well, you got a red one, and my color's blues, or I'll switch.
No.
Somebody else.
Looks like Rosie's helping out Robbie Brooks down there.
That's the good part. Everybody helps everybody.
Yep. It's a competitive business, and everybody wants to make money, but at the same time, everybody understands that we're all in it together.
Yeah, absolutely.
Something I've always loved about harness racing.
Yes.
Here are the official placings for race 8 from the top. Number 1, Hill Tabber was 7th. Number 2, Banker's Slim Chance was 6th. Number 3, Luke's Rainbow was 5th. Number 4, Rose Run Zoom was a winner. Number 5, Super Begonia was 4th. Number 6, Secret Chaos Theory was 2nd. And number 7, Supreme Samson was 3rd. Time of the first quarter was 32 3/5. The half was in 105 1/5. The 3/4 in 135 4/5, with a mile in 204 4/5. From the top it should read 765 142, 3 on the bottom, the mile in 204 4/5.
So we have the 9th race coming up. This will be the 3rd of 3 divisions of the 2-year-old colt pace. They're going to be going for a purse of $4,654. Believe in Tom will be racing for the first time on Lasix. Bounding Delight changed the driver to Emmanuel Miller. And that are the only 2 changes that we know about. So Believe in Tom on Lasix, Bounding Delight, Manny Miller up. We'll come back to talk about these 5 horses after this break.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
The Delaware County Fair, where history meets horsepower. Get ready for the thrill of a lifetime as the world-famous Little Brown Jug takes center stage. Witness the heart-pounding action, the thundering hooves, and the sheer determination of these incredible athletes compete for the coveted Little Brown Jug title. Don't miss your chance to be a part of history. For ticket and hospitality options, visit littlebrownjug.com. The Little Brown Jug, where champions are made and legends are born. Be there!
Okay, welcome back to the Defiance County Fair here in Hicksville, Ohio. This is about as far away as you can go in the corner of Ohio. Somebody came up earlier and said that they lived in Indiana, and they only live 10 miles from here, and you're in Indiana, so it's not very far to the border. I guess this is why it used to be the Northwestern Ohio Colt Association, because it is so far up in this corner. The 9th race coming up is our 2-year-old colt Pace. Then we move into the overnight races. We have those 2- and 3-year-old races and also eligible maidens, and then we've got 2 divisions of the Signature Series. I'm just going to look what the overall pacing record here is. The all-age pacing record is held by a horse named Arizona Dawn, and this record is 11 years old. It was set in 2013. Gary Gilliand was the trainer, and Mark Hedworth, who is driving out here today, was the driver. So in 2013, Arizona Dawn went in 155-3. So that's a really good mile. And the all-age trot record is held by I Get It, who still holds some track records around this place. Rob Rowland was the trainer driver, and that was from 2021, where he went in 59-4. And he broke his own track record from 2019, where he's had the track record in 2 minutes flat. There was a 3-way tie for the trotting track record here. I Get It, Red Hot Herbie, and Security Agreement all went in 2 minutes flat. And then I Get It came back in 2021 and went just a tick faster, 59-4, but got that track record all by himself. So a couple other things that Bill Peters had given me from the past is that on August 5th in 1958, a horse called Demon's Dream finished 3rd in the Yonkers Trot at Yonkers Raceway with Hugh Bell driving. Exactly 2 weeks later, Demon's Dream won both heats of the 3-year-old trot here at Hicksville in 2:4-4 and 2:10-2. The 2:4-4 mile was a new track record at the time, and he was driven that night by his breeder, owner, trainer, Dorsey Greeno of Findlay. Dorsey was the father of Ed Greeno Sr., the grandfather of Ed Greeno Jr., and the great-grandfather of Cody Greeno, which are racing here tonight. So we've got Ed Greeno Jr. and Cody Greeno out here. So that was their great-grandpa. Great-grandpa set a track record here of 2:04-4. So that's that generational thing that we always talk about, how there's just the generations keep racing horses all the time. And then on August 25th of 2017, so not that long ago, Lost in Time made his first lifetime start at Hicksville in a pace for non-winners of $2,500 lifetime with a purse of $750. He won that in 2, 3, and 4 with his trainer and co-owner Jim Mullinox driving. 29 days later, Lost in Time won the $660,000 Metro Pace at Mohawk Raceway in 150-1 with Scotty Zeron doing the driving. So been some very nice horses that have raced here, have gotten their starts here or come back here, and such a great family history. It's really interesting about the Greenos that 4 generations of Greenos have been racing here at Hicksville. So as we said, this is the last of our stake races for the night. We will be back here tomorrow. Just gonna check. Tomorrow we've got 3-year-old filly Pacers, 2-year-old filly Trotters, 3-year-old colt Pacers, and 2-year-old colt Trotters. We've got those 2- and 3-year-old trot tomorrow. Tonight is the 2- and 3-year-old pace that open overnight. We've got the Kermit Peter Memorial Trot tomorrow and the Springhaven Farm Ladies Driving Series. So great meet on tap for tomorrow night here. We'll also be at Greenville. Got a double card down at Greenville. They have all their overnights at noon, and then their evening card includes all the partial memorial races, as well as the Arnie Armelhurst and the Jean Rigo, the Annie Oakley Shootout. There's some amateur races, so a big night of racing down at Greenville also. So we're going to go up to the post parade with Bill Peters for this, the 9th race.
Courtesy of Carpet Wholesalers of Defiance, Brian Napoleon. One is Truly Flying, owned and trained by Brian Boring of Adrian, Michigan. The driver is Drew Neal. Number 2 is Believin' Tom, owned by Jerry Michael of Westland, Michigan, trained by Steve Novak, the driver Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 3 is Bounding Delight, owned by Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, and Heartland Acres of Walhonding, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver, the driver Emmanuel Miller. Number 4 is Grew, owned by Stephen Reese and Janie Weller of Republic, Ohio, trained by Janie Weller, the driver Rod Adams Jr. And number 5 is Hey, Hey, It's Friday, owned by Mike Lee of Rudolph, Ohio, and Dr. Jill Dental of Delta, trained by Mike Lee, the driver is Pierce Henry.
Okay, so that was your post parade for race number 9. Truly Flying and Drew Neal for Brian Boring. Brian is also the owner of this horse and was also a co-breeder along with Jennifer Vollmer. This is a Yankee Cruiser out of the Ponderosa mare, Truly Rose. 7 starts on the year, a couple of seconds and a couple of thirds. Was second at Bowling Green, just back by 5 lengths in 2, 2, and 3. And was third, only back by a length at Tiffin in 2, 2, and 4. Believe in Tom is on Lasix for the first time. I have to get my phone out with the flashlight. It's getting a little hard to read. So Believe in Tom is trained by Steve Novak, will be driven by Mark St. Louis Jr. Jerry Mygel from Westland, Michigan is the owner and the breeder. This is a long Tom out of a Believe in Bruiser mare, Believe in Waco. 7 starts on the year, 2 wins, 2 seconds, and a third. Last one at Bowling Green in 2, 1, and 3. Raced in the Buckeye Stallion Series 3 different times. Was won one of them at Scioto Downs in 53 and 2. Was second at a BSS at Northfield in 55 and 3. And then finished 5th in the last one at Urbana. Bounding Delight put Emmanuel Miller up for trainer Rosie Weaver. Rosie owns this horse along with Heartland Acres. This is a Fear the Dragon out of a Better's Delight mare, bound to be good. 6 starts on the year, 2 wins. The fastest of those was at Lisbon in 2, 3, and 4. Finished third last start at Napoleon in 2, 2, and 4. Grew with Rod Allums up for Janie Weller. Stephen Reese and Janie Weller are the owners of this bit of a legend in out of a Mach 3 mare, Odysseus. Has had 6 starts on the year, 1 win and 3 seconds. Second at Napoleon, second at Attica, second in a non-winners of 1 race up at Northfield, and then won that start before that at her home track in Tiffin in 2, 2, and 1. Hey, Hey, It's Freyne and Pierce Henry from the 5 for trainer Michael Lee. Michael also co-owns this horse along with Jill Dental. This horse has had 5 starts, 1 second, 3 thirds, was last third at Napoleon in 2, 2, and 2. This is a Down by the Seaside out of an Art Major mare. Was third his last 2 starts, Napoleon and Attica. So there is your field for the 9th race, the 3rd of 3 divisions of the 2-year-old colt pace. Let's turn it over to Bill Peters.
Here they come. Here off and pacing, that's Believe in Tom going out after the lead along with Hey, Hey, It's Friday. Racing in their 3rd, that's Bounding Delight. Moving up 4th along the rail, that is Grew. And the last horse at this point is Truly Flying. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark. Out there on the front end, that's Mark St. Louis Jr. with Believin' Tom. Racing in there second, that's Hey Hey, it's Friday, driven by Pierce Henry. Third is Bounding Delight, driven by Emmanuel Miller. Racing fourth is Grew, driven by Rod Adams Jr. And the last horse is Truly Flying, driven by Drew Neal. First quarter was paced in 30 and 1/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stand for the first time. That is Believin' Tom with the lead. Racing in there second, it's Hey Hey, it's Friday. Racing third as they race down to the half. That is Bounding Delight. Fourth is Grew, and the last horse is Truly Flying. Past the half-mile mark, that is still Believin' Tom with the lead. First half pace in 59 and 2/5 seconds. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. Believin' Tom shows on top by about 4 lengths. Racing second is Hey Hey, it's Friday. Now flying up third, now going second is Bounding Delight. Racing fourth is Grew, and farther back fifth is Truly Flying. As they race past that 3/4 mile mark, that's still Believin' Tom with the lead, but Bounding Delight is gaining with every stride. 1/3 in 1:30 and 1/5. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That is still, it is still Believin' Tom with the lead. Closing on the outside is Bounding Delight. That's Believin' Tom and Bounding Delight. It's going to be Believin' Tom wire to wire, and here the outcome. Bounding Delight up for place. Tight for show between Grew and Hey Hey, it's Friday. A mile in 1:59 and 3/5.
Big mile.
That was. And that Bounding Delight was just flying there
Yeah.
up the backside. I thought he was
Big
going
move.
to keep right on going, but
Yeah.
he just ran out of gas a little bit. 1:59 and 3 track records, 1:58 for 2-year-old colt pacers here.
I really like this horse too. He's a big, good-looking colt. The long Tom obviously was a mistake, but I mean it seems to have worked out. I don't think that Lasix hurt him at all either. He looked really
Right.
good tonight.
Right, you wondered if that was going to help him out a little bit.
Mhm.
The reason that they put him on it. Yeah, this is his third win of the year. But as we talked about earlier, he was first and second in the Buckeye Stallion, first, second, and a fifth in the Buckeye Stallion series, so that should have him up close to the top. There's still a couple of legs. For some of the horses, there's still a fourth and fifth leg. Or a few of them have had their fourth legs already, so there's just the fifth leg. Fifth leg for the Buckeye Stallion series will all be at Delaware, so they'll all get their final points at Delaware. Delaware's not very far away, is it?
Mm-mm. Looking forward to it.
Yeah. It's always a lot of fun. There, a lot of work. I know that you work extremely hard getting that all set up.
In Michigan comes number 2, Believin' Tom. Owned by Jerry Michel, trained by Steve Novak, and driven to victory by Mark St. Louis Jr. Now there's 3 divisions of this 2-year-old colt pace, and that combination of Steve Novak and Mark St. Louis Jr. took all 3 of them this evening. The market for this division is courtesy of Carpet Wholesalers of Defiance, Bryan, and Napoleon. Let's have a big hand here for Steve, Nicole, Braden, and Brian Novak, and Mark St. Louis Jr., and Believin' Tom, and the Carpet Wholesalers, the donors of the blanket. Watch the horse here. Watch the horse.
Well, that was interesting that the combination of Mark St. Louis Jr. and Steve Novak took all 3 divisions of the 2-year-old colt pace.
Number 2, Believin' Tom, was a winner. Number 3, Bounding Delight, was second. Number 4, Grew, was third. And number 5, Hey Hey It's Friday, was fourth. Time of the first quarter was 30 1/5. The half was in 59 2/5. The 3/4 in 129 1/5, with a mile in 159 3/5. From the top it should read 5, 1, 2, 3, 4 on the bottom. The mile in 159 3/5.
Okay, so that was the last of our stake races. We're going to move into the overnight portion of the card. We've got the 2 signature series and the 2 and 3-year-old open pace. So we'll be back to take a look at the horses in the 10th race right after this.
For over 50 years, Midland Acres has provided top-quality Ohio-bred colts and fillies. As a third-generation farm, we understand the importance of delivering well-cared-for and well-mannered yearlings. Get in the winner's circle with the yearlings by Fear the Dragon, Yankee Cruiser, Long Tom, Summa Cum Laude, Ready for Money, and Bit of a Legend. See our yearlings at the Blooded Horse Sale August 27th and the Ohio Select Sale September 13th.
Do you want your horse to shine in the winner's circle? Feed DAC oil. It makes a world of difference.
So they are still giving away prizes down there. You won one, but you think you could win another one?
I don't know if I'm back in the drawing or not. I hope so.
Yeah.
Some good stuff down there.
They're giving away gift certificates for local restaurants. I heard one for the Big Boy in town, and all sorts of different things. So they're doing a really nice job, and they are having a 50-50 raffle, so we'll see how much that brings in too.
There's still a lot of people here. When I ran down between races, the midway's packed right now.
Is it?
Yeah, on a Tuesday night.
Yeah, that is
good.
kind of different because well, what time is it?
9:30ish probably.
Oh, yep, 9:19. Yeah, some of these little kids need to get to bed.
I was wondering if school probably maybe starts after the fair. I'm
Maybe.
not sure. Some places still give the kids the week off of Fair Week too.
Yeah.
So I know Fulton County does.
Do they?
Still, yep.
Well, they should. I
Yep.
mean, really, with all the kids that are in 4-H and doing their projects, they really should give them the week off. So as we mentioned before, this is the main condition is 2 and 3-year-old pacers. Also eligible non-winners at 2,500 life and also eligible maidens. So we do have one horse that's got quite a bit of experience, and the rest are kind of inexperienced younger horses. From the rail, we have Clifton Bells driving Buster Shady. Bill Webb is the trainer, owner, and breeder. This is a Shady Shark Hanover 2-year-old colt out of an Indian Fever mare, and this horse has had 2 lifetime starts. Both of those were at Hoosier Park. Finished second in both of them, and in the one, well, it was scratched due to transportation his last start, so the start before that, finished second just by a head and was timed in 55-3 last quarter in 28-1 at Hoosier Park. The 2 beautiful image is a scratch. The 3 riding to the wire, Pierce Henry will drive for Mervyn Schmucker. This is a 3-year-old, but just getting started. Didn't have any starts as a 2-year-old, and just 1 start so far this year. Had a qualifier at Hoosier Park, where he qualified in 57-4 last quarter in 28-3, and then was in a non-winners of 1 race at Hoosier Park, and finished 8th, but again paced fast, 57-2 last quarter in 29-2. So even though a couple of these horses are, the 1 and the 3 are rather inexperienced, but they've been fast already. Traveling Band, another young horse. This is a filly by Lather Up out of a Dragon Again mare. has just had one start as a 2-year-old and one start now as a 3-year-old. As a 2-year-old, started at Paulding, finished 5th, was timed in 2:10 and 2, but then was shut down until April of this year, when at Miami Valley she went in a qualifier and finished 7th, paced her mile in 57 and 3, then started in the Buckeye Stallion Series at Miami Valley and finished 6th, but was individually timed in 55 and 3, and then was shut down again and now coming back in August. So this horse has had some kind of spread out starts. Like I said, just the one start as a 2-year-old and one start now as a 3-year-old. PFC Casey Winton. Mark St. Louis will drive for Scott Linville. Been there, done that racing from Harlan, Indiana, and Scott Linville from Goshen, Indiana are the owners. This is a Riggins 3-year-old gelding out of a Ponder mare. 22 starts on the year, 5 wins, 5 seconds, 2/3, 26,000 in earnings, 14 starts as a 2-year-old. So this horse is in this race simply because he is 3. He doesn't fit the other conditions, but does fit the 3-year-old. And Blazing Elvin from the 6-hole, R. Brad Schaefer, is the driver, trainer, owner, and breeder. This is a Yankee Cruiser 3-year-old colt by out of a 3-foal mare, Amazing Susie. One start as a 2-year-old, and that start was at Upper Sandusky, finished distanced, and then came back as a 3-year-old and has 4 starts this year. Paulding, Marion, Bellefontaine. No, I'm sorry, at Bellefontaine he was scratched. So Paulding, Marion, Wapakoneta, and Troy did finish 3rd at Wapakoneta in 2:8 and 2. So quite a difference. The PFC KC Winnett certainly has had a lot of experience with 36 lifetime starts, and the rest of them are just getting started in their young careers.
Let's get the ones that are out there together to land for free.
As we said earlier, it is a pretty good lighting system on the track, but it's it's still hard to see it's hard to see the numbers and the horses on the backstretch.
Non-winners at $2,500 lifetime, also eligible maidens, going for a purse of $1,000 and a blanket courtesy of Defiance County Area Horsemen's Association. Number 1 is Buster Shady, owned and trained by Bill Webb at Defiance. The driver is Clifton Bell. Number 2, Beautiful Image, has been drawn. Number 3 is Riding to the Wire, all by Marcus Schmucker, Spencerville, Indiana, trained by Merv Schmucker, the driver Pierce Henry. Number 4 is Traveling Band, owned and trained by Mike Lee of Rudolph, the driver Pierce Henry. Number 5 is PFC Casey Winton, owned by Been There, Done That Racing of Harlan, Indiana, Scott Linville of Goshen, Indiana, trained by Scott Linville, the driver is Mark Hedworth. And number 6 is Blazing Elvin, owned, trained and driven by Brad Schaefer of Bluffton. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Mutual.
I see that they're on the 11th race at Lima, so we're kind of a little bit even with them.
Yeah, for having a little bit of an ambulance delay, we're doing pretty good getting caught back out.
Yep, absolutely are.
The driver on number 3, Waiting to the Wire, is Drew Neal. Drew Neal is driving number 3, Waiting to the Wire.
So we have a driver change on the 3. Drew Neal will drive Riding to the Wire. Number 2 is scratched. So I see a couple of them out. Oh, there's down in the first or in the last turn. Oh, look at the red moon. You see it?
Oh, wow. Yeah, you know, I heard something about last night was maybe the last full moon of summer.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, that is really...
Yeah, this one's pretty impressive.
That is really pretty, yes. Huh. So our 11th race is the first division of the Signature Series. They're going for a total of 5,500, so each division of the Signature Series pace will go for $27.50. That's the Gene Vance Memorial.
Excuse me.
So don't forget to be with us at noon tomorrow for Greenville. And then again the post time was slated for 7:15, but we have heard that they might be starting early. They have
Luther Stables have brought in the stable. Seems like, I mean, they have a ton of horses in over there tomorrow.
That.
Greg Luther and Todd Luther are actually driving in an early race in the matinee card.
In the matinee card?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
I saw that Greg was down in one of the amateur races, but I didn't notice Todd driving.
Yeah, I think it's like maybe a 6-claimer or something tomorrow.
Right, so they are behind the gate for race number 10. Let's turn it over to Bill Peters.
Here they come. Here, off and pacing the first horse away is PFC Casey Winton. At the rail second is Buster Shady. Moving up third, that is Riding to the Wire. Racing in there fourth is Traveling Band, and the last horse is Blazing Alvin. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Mark Hedworth has PFC Casey Winton on top by a length and a half. Pacing second is Buster Shady, driven by Clifton Bell. Moving along third is Riding to the Wire, driven by Drew Neal. Fourth is Traveling Band, driven by Pierce Henry. The last horse, Blazing Alvin, driven by Brad Schaefer. First quarter was paced in 30 2/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stand for the first time, that is still PFC Casey Winton by about 2.5 lengths. Racing in second is Buster Shady. Racing in their third is Riding to the Wire. Traveling Band is fourth. The last horse, Blazing Alvin. Coming to the half-mile mark, that's Mark Hedworth and PFC Casey Winton bringing the horses to the half. About 3 lengths back, second is Buster Shady, followed by Riding to the Wire third. First half was paced in a minute flat. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. That's PFC Casey Winton now by about 4.5 lengths. Buster Shady is pacing in their second. Racing along third is Riding to the Wire. On the outside fourth is Traveling Band and the last horse, Blazing Alvin. Past that 3/4 mile mark, that's PFC Casey Winton now opening up by about 6 lengths. Buster Shady trying to hold on second. 3/4 in 1:29 4/5 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That is still PFC Casey Winton with the lead. Racing second as they race toward home. That is Buster Shady. But past the stands, it's going to be PFC Casey Winton. And here's the outcome. Looked like Buster Shady may have held on for place with Riding to the Wire for show. 1 mile and 1:58 4/5.
Well, PFC Casey Winton showed that he had all the experience in the world to just go to the front and mile in 58 4. Last quarter in 29 seconds was tons on top.
Yep. Cruise control. Mark was just sitting.
Riding to the Wire finished second. Traveling Band third. Unofficially, Blazing Alvin. Oh, I got something wrong here. Never mind. Disregard the last thing because
I thought it was real close for second. Bill called it.
Yeah.
I thought it was real close. I am never going to disagree with Bill Peters at these county fairs, though.
Right.
I forget where we were, but I thought there was a couple of them that could have gone the other way, and he nailed them both. He's 51 or 52 years at a lot of these fairs. He's got the angle down.
Yes.
He knows where the line's at.
Yeah, when you think about him and Doug Ballinger and Roger Houston, the amount of races between them all. I mean, I know Roger's kept track, but not many, the others haven't, but I bet that they're probably about as close. It's just amazing how many, the longevity of these guys.
Circle where the winners go. Coming in from Harlan and Goshen, Indiana, comes number 5, PFC KC Winton. Owned by the Been There, Done That Racing in Scott Linville, trained by Scott Linville, and driven to victory this evening by Mark Hedworth. The blanket for this race is courtesy of the Defiance County Area Horsemen's Association. Let's have a big hand here for Ben Linville, Mark Hedworth, and PFC KC Winton, and the Defiance County Area Horsemen's Association, the donors of the blanket.
So I just did hear that they called it official, but we'll wait to see the photo finish down here telling Terry Mount Pleasant the way that they finished, how many lengths back and everything, so she can chart that. So that is in the horse's official records. Somebody's coming up to the stands with that blanket. They might want to just wrap it around themselves. Like we said, we still have a pretty decent crowd here.
Yeah, those white coolers look nice, but hard to keep clean.
Oh, yeah. They're the kind you can't take in the barn.
Yeah.
Third. Number 2, Beautiful Image, had been drawn. Number 3, Riding to the Wire, was second. Number 4, Traveling Band, was fourth. Number 5, PFC KC Winton was the winner. And number 6, Blazing Alvin, was fifth. Time of the first quarter was 30 2/5. The half was in a minute flat. The 3/4 in 1:29 4/5, with a mile in 1:58 4/5. From the top of Charade, 3 scratch 2, 4:15, a mile in 1:58 4/5.
Okay, so we've got a couple driver changes to tell you about in this upcoming 11th. Cold Deck, the rail horse, will be driven by Clifton Bell, and Cody's Watching, and the 5-hole Mark Hedworth. So we're going to take a break, and then we'll be back to talk about the horses in the 11th.
Mark your calendar for the new and exciting North American Standard Bred Mix Sale. Tuesday, December 17th at the Mount Hope Event Center in Mount Hope, Ohio. Broodmares, broodmare prospects, race horses, and stallion shares. Pedigrees announced by Ed Teefee and Gabe Pruitt. Online bidding, clean, heated facility. The North American Standard Bred Mix Sale. A live auction to see quality horses with industry-leading pedigrees. Tuesday, December 17th in Mount Hope, Ohio. Entries open September 5th.
The future is bright in Ohio. Ohio Sire Stakes, Buckeye Stallion Series, 66 county and independent fairs. Whether it's the Ohio Sire Stakes, the Buckeye Stallion Series, or the county fairs, Ohio has a place for your racehorse. This year, Ohio breds are racing for nearly $23 million in stakes purses. Be part of the winning. Breed, buy, race, win in Ohio.
The first Defiance County Fair in Hicksville, Ohio was held in 1877. Hosted by the Northwestern Ohio and Northeastern Indiana District Agricultural Associations, the fair was a melting pot of attendees. It was comprised of 4 Defiance County townships, 3 from Indiana, and 1 from Paulding County, Ohio. The fair was held in late September to celebrate the equinox and nearing the end of harvest. With no electricity, it was only a day fair. Farmers and families would arrive in carriages, unhitch and tie their horses to the racetrack fence, and spend their mornings visiting with others and viewing the exhibits. A baseball game occupied the afternoon, but the biggest show started after dinner. Harness racing was popular around the country in the 18 and 1900s. Defiance County was no exception. Every fairgoer stayed to watch trotters and pacers race in the evenings. After the horses finished, the fair always closed out with a foot race. Today, the Defiance County Fair is a member of the Ohio Fair Racing Conference. They host 2 nights of live-action harness racing.
The roots of harness racing are born at the county fair. For over 150 years, people have gathered to watch horses battle it out for fame and glory. Catch the thrills this summer at an Ohio Fair Racing Conference County Fair. The OFRC races at 22 fairs in 20 Ohio counties. Trotters and pacers put it all on the line to be called the best in the Buckeye State. The Ohio Fair Racing Conference, where the path to greatness begins.
The Delaware County Fair, where history meets horsepower. Get ready for the thrill of a lifetime as the world-famous Little Brown Jug takes center stage. Witness the heart-pounding action, the thundering hooves, and the sheer determination of these incredible athletes compete for the coveted Little Brown Jug title. Don't miss your chance to be a part of history. For ticket and hospitality options, visit littlebrownjug.com. The Little Brown Jug, where champions are made and legends are born. Be there!
Well, Susan has run downstairs, and I was eating a donut. So that's why the long commercial break. Where's that coming from? Here comes Susan. We'll be back in business. We're back.
We're back.
Yep.
I just see that Scott Tarleton said Lane Stone broke the track record at Lima.
Did he? I knew he had the rail. I wish I would have seen that.
Yeah.
Signature Series going for a purse of $2,750 and a blanket courtesy of Mercer Landmark Incorporated. Number 1 is Cold Decked. He's a bay gelding, 6 years old, by Racing Hill out of Landis, Hanover, by Western Ideal. Owned by Zach Jackson, a Miller on the Lake, Ohio. Trained by Steve Ashby. Driven this evening by Clifton Bell. Lifetime earnings over $89,000. A lifetime mark 154 4/5. Number 2 is Surfing the Canyon. He's a bay gelding, 5 years old, by Canyon Wind out of Cruising and Surfing by Yankee Cruiser. Owned and trained by Steve Bateson of Rudolph. Driven this evening by Mark St. Louis Jr. Lifetime earnings over $140,000. A lifetime mark 150 3/5. Number 3 is Commander Bob. He's a bay horse, 5 years old, by Real Desire out of Krista Ann by Nuclear Legacy. Leased by Kyle Lerner of Warren, Michigan. Trained by Sean Mapes. Driven this evening by Drew Neal. Lifetime earnings over $137,000. A lifetime mark 151. Number 4 is Mystical Rock. He's a bay gelding, 11 years old, by Rockin' Image out of Major Encounter by Art Major. Owned by the Fix It Up Farm of Grable, Indiana. Trained by Merv Schmucker. Driven this evening by Pierce Henry. Lifetime earnings over $410,000. A lifetime mark 151 3/5. At number 5 is Cody's Watching. He's a bay gelding, 6 years old, by He's Watching out of Shelley Silver Moon by Mach 3. Owned by Jonas Schmucker of Grable, Indiana. Trained by Scott Linville. Driven this evening by Mark Hedworth. Lifetime earnings over $146,000. A lifetime mark 149 4/5. Those are your horses for the first division of the Gene L. Vance Memorial Pace for 2024.
Some sort of clever names for stable names. In the last race, we had the Been There, Done That Racing. And then this one, we have the Fix It Up Farm. So I need some neat names. So Cold Decked and Clifton Bell from the rails. Steve Ashby is the trainer. Zachary Jackson from Mentor on the Lake, Ohio, is the owner. This is a Racing Hill 6-year-old, 82 starts, 13 wins, 18 seconds, 9/3, 89, almost $90,000 in earnings, and a mark of 54 4 at Miami Valley as a 4-year-old. This year, a record of 156 1 at Buffalo Raceway. Surfing in the Canyon, Mark St. Louis Jr. for Steve Bateson. This is a 5-year-old Canyon Wind. He's just had 85 lifetime starts, 26 wins, 15 seconds, 7/3, 140,000 plus in earnings. A mark this year of 150 3, and as a 4-year-old, he had a mark of 151 at Scioto Downs, coming on a 9 wins in a row. Commander Bob and Drew Neal from the 3. Sean Mapes is the trainer. Kyle Lamer is the leasee. This is a 5-year-old Real Desire. 78 lifetime starts, 19 wins, 137,000, almost 138 in earnings. A mark of 151 as a 5-year-old. So that is this year. A mark last year as a 4-year-old of 53 3. Mystical Rock and Pierce Henry from the 4 for Mervyn Schmucker and Fix It Up Farm from Grable, Indiana. An 11-year-old who's had 195 lifetime starts. Just 9 starts this year, 34 starts last year. Has a mark as a 4-year-old at 151 3 at Hoosier Park. And Cody's Watching and Mark Hedworth from the 5 for Scott Linville and Jonas Schmucker, a 6-year-old with 17 lifetime wins, 146,000 in earnings, and a mark of 49 4 this year. So let's turn it over to Bill Peters for the call of the Signature Series Pace.
Here they come. They are off and pacing. The first horse away in the middle of the track is Commander Bob. Now taking over along the rail is Surfing the Canyon. Dropping in their 3rd, that's Cody's Watching. Racing in their 4th is Mystical Rock. And the last horse is Cold Decked. As they head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Mark St. Louis has Surfing the Canyon on top by a length and a half. Racing in their 2nd is Commander Bob, driven by Drew Neal. 3rd is Cody's Watching, driven by Mark Hedworth. Racing in their 4th, that's Mystical Rock, driven by Pierce Henry. The last horse is Cold Deck, driven by Clifton Bell. First quarter was paced in 29 4/5 seconds. as they race around the upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. That's still Surfing the Canyon with the lead, but Cody's Watching is on the outside, pouring on the pressure. Racing along at the rail third is Commander Bob. Racing fourth as they come to the half is Mystical Rock, and the last horse is Cold Deck. 5 pacers are well bunched as they race past the half-mile mark. That's still Surfing the Canyon with the lead. On the outside second is Commander Bob. At the rail third is Cody's Watching. Moving up fourth is Cold Deck, the last horse, Mystical Rock. First half pace in 59 and 3/5 seconds. As they round the turn, heading down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. That is still Surfing the Canyon with the lead. Commander Bob is on the outside second. Cody's Watching is racing third. Cold Deck is fourth, and Mystical Rock trails. Past that 3/4 mile mark. That's Surfing the Canyon opening up about 3 lengths on Commander Bob, with Cody's Watching racing in their third, followed by Mystical Rock and Cold Deck. 3/4 was in 128 as they make the turn to head for home. That's Surfing the Canyon and Commander Bob. Surfing the Canyon by about 6 lengths over Commander Bob as they race through the lane. Surfing the Canyon and Commander Bob. It's going to be Surfing the Canyon, and here's the outcome. Commander Bob up for place with Cody's Watching for show. A mile in 156 and 3/5.
Wow. Is that a track record?
I'm just going to look. I do not think so, but I'm just going to look to make sure. No, it's 55 and 3.
Wow. Either way, it's going to take an awfully nice horse to beat Surfing the Canyon right now.
Yeah.
He is sharp.
Sharp. When I was surprised when they got to the quarter in 29 and 4, because when they left out of that gate, they looked like they were flying.
Rolling.
Yeah, they were going so fast. And a couple, I don't know who it was that was yelling, but they were getting after them. And they really slowed it down then because it looked like they were going to go to the quarter in 28 and something. Steve Bateson coming back to the winner's circle. What a horse he's got this year. This is the kind of horse you dream about.
Yep. Yep, it's got to be a lot of fun to be able to take him around and race him.
Unofficially Surfing in the Canyon winner.
Mark's still having
he's
got his hands full with that 5.
Yeah.
He had him revved up off the gate, and then when he came first up, he was kind of sitting in the 3-hole, but he was about like that, straight back on the bike trying to hold him.
Yeah, he had to go around one more time just to get him slow enough that he could get out the gate. So here comes Surfing in the Canyon back to the winner's circle.
9th time in a row, 9 straight wins now for Surfing the Canyon. Owned and trained by Steve Bateson of Rudolph and driven to victory by Mark St. Louis Jr. Now take a picture with the Gene L. Vance Memorial Pace Blanket, and then also with the Mercer Landmark. Take the picture with the Gene Vance Memorial Blanket first. That should be a blue blanket, I believe. I don't think you got the right blanket. You don't have the right blanket. We need the Gene Vance Memorial Blanket for first.
We got a little blanket mix up.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Steve Bateson's got his hands full.
Yeah. I see he brought a lead shank
Okay,
with him.
take the picture of the Mercer Landmark. That's the one they'll get to keep after this heat. We need the picture with the Gene Vance Memorial Blanket, too.
Well, he's standing there pretty good.
Yeah, he was just
They will
going to
have
throw
a
his
picture
head
taken
around
with the
there
Gene L.
first.
Vance Memorial Blanket, and then that'll go to the winner of the faster division of this race. Might mention that this horse, Surfing the Canyon, was raised by the D&K stables of here in Hicksville. Members of the Vance family are in the winner's circle here for this picture to be taken. Let's have a big hand here for Steve Bateson, Mark St. Louis Jr., and Surfing the Canyon, and to Mercer Landmark, the donors of the blanket that they'll get to keep.
I think Steve was a little nervous about all those people. You know, if the horse did try to take off, you had a lot of people there. But he behaved quite well.
Yep. Should be getting pretty used to it by now.
He should.
Number 1, Cold Deck was 5th. Number 2, Surfing the Canyon was the winner. Number 3, Commander Bob was 2nd. Number 4, Mystical Rock was 4th. And number 5, Cody's Watching was 3rd. Time of the first quarter was 29 4/5. The half was in 59 3/5. The 3/4 in 128, with a mile in 156 3/5. From the top it should read 5, 1, 2, 4, 3 on the bottom. The mile in 156 3/5.
Yeah, we were talking about how Surfing the Canyon should behave. You know, if you win 9 in a row, you can pretty much do whatever you want to, right?
Yep.
So 12th race coming up. We'll give you a couple changes that we have. The ENA Happy Man, the 2-horse, is scratched sick. The 5 Sea of Dreams, Manny Miller will drive. And the 7 He's Just in Time, Mark Hedworth will drive. So this is the second division of that 2- and 3-year-old pace. Also eligible non-winners of $2,500 lifetime. Also eligible maidens. So we'll be back to take a closer look at the horses right after this.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year. Our expert team of boarded surgeons, sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sport horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661. When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com for fast shipping. Most orders ship that day. Or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
Looks like we saw the moon just at the right time, because now it's kind of back being yellowish white. It's not as red as it was. That was really pretty before. So our 12th race, the penultimate, the race before the last. I was telling some things. Matt, you might like to hear these. I'm going to read them again. This is some information that I got from Bill Peters a few years back. On August 5th, 1958, Demon's Dream finished third in the $56,000 Yonkers Trot at Yonkers Raceway with Hugh Bell driving. Exactly 2 weeks later, Demon's Dream won both heats of the 3-year-old trot at Hicksville in 2:4-4 and 2:10-2. The 2:4-4 mile was a new track record at the time. He was driven that night by breeder, trainer, owner Dorsey Greeno of Findlay. Dorsey's the father of Ed Greeno Sr., the grandfather of Ed Greeno Jr., and the great-grandfather of Cody Greeno.
Wow.
So kind of neat that they're here racing tonight.
Yep.
And all those years ago, their great-grandpa was here. So you talk about the generational...
With a pretty nice trotter, which is usually what the Greenos have.
Yes, yes. So that must be a thing that they got, that's what they... Because that's all they race, isn't it?
Yeah.
They don't race any...
I've never, I don't believe, ever seen them have a pacer.
A pacer. Yeah. I guess that came from great-grandpa.
Yep.
So
EG like Trot, LLC. I mean, that's in the name. I think they're all trot.
Also eligible non-winners at $2,500 lifetime. Also eligible maidens going for a purse of $1,000 and a blanket courtesy of Defiance County Area Horsemen's Association. Number 1 is Rose Run Zypher. Owned by Stephen Rees of Republic, Ohio, and JNR Racing of Rising Sun, Ohio, trained by Jamie Weller, the driver Rod Adams Jr. Number 2, ENA Happy Man been drawn. Number 3 is I'm a Flirt, leased by Curtis Harper of Hilliard, Ohio, trained by Mike Sweeney, the driver Curtis Harper. Number 4 is Oh Mother Well, owned by Cool Winds Farm in Lima, Ohio, trained and driven by Pierce Henry. Number 5 is Sea of Dreams, owned by Ivy Holdings of Apple Creek, Ohio, trained by Robbie Brooks, the driver Emmanuel Miller. Number 6 is Takara's Fire, owned by Railroad Express Stable of Grable, Indiana, and Francis Doctor of Woodburn, Indiana, trained by Leroy Eicher, the driver Drew Neal. And number 7 is He's Just in Time, owned by Jonas Smucker of Grable, Indiana, trained by Scott Linville, the driver Mark Hedworth. Horses will take one score and go to the gate and mute.
Okay, so the one horse, Rose Run Zephyr, Rod Adams Jr. up for Jamie Weller. Stephen Rees and JNR Racing are the owners. This is a pet rock out of a Some Beach Somewhere mare, Wish You Were Here. 11 starts on the year, has no wins or seconds, but does have a third place. That was at Northfield in a $10,000 claiming non-winners of 1, where it was individually timed in 58 and 2. Raced at Tiffin, finished 4th, and was timed there in 59 and 2. The 2 horses scratched. The 3, I'm a Flirt, Curtis Harper up for Mike Sweeney. Curtis Harper is the leasee. This is a 3-year-old filly by I'm Gorgeous out of a Western Hanover mare. 10 starts on the year, has 1/3. And I'm looking at Marysville, finished 5th, but was timed in 2, 2, and 4. Oh Mother Well, Pierce Henry up. Pierce also trains for Cool Wind Farms. This is a 2-year-old filly by Well Said out of a pro bono best mare, Nothing's Ever Free. First lifetime start. Sea of Dreams, Emmanuel Miller up for Robert Brooks. Ivy Holdings from Apple Creek, Ohio, the owner. This is a 3-year-old gelding by Down by the Seaside out of a Yankee Cruiser mare, Sweet as Sugar. 9 starts on the year, 1 win. That was at Oak Harbor in a 2- and 3-year-old condition race, timed in 2 minutes and 2/5. Last quarter in 30 and 4. Then went to Scioto Downs and is raced in a non-winners of 1 condition claimer. Finished 4th the first time there, timed in 56 and 3, and then had 2. It was timed in 55 and 3 and 55 and 4, coming last quarter in 28 in a piece. Takara's Fire and Drew Neal for Leroy Eicher, Railroad Express Stable, and Francis Doctor, the owners of this 2-year-old Catch the Fire geldings out of an Always a Virgin mare, Takira Rose. 3 starts on the year, 1/3. That was at Oak Harbor, where he was timed in 2, 4, and 4. He's Just in Time, Mark Hedworth up for Scott Linville. Jonas Schmucker from Grable, Indiana, the owner. This is a 3-year-old gelding by Lost in Time. 9 starts on this year, has not hit the board yet. Did have a mark as a 2-year-old of 154 and 4 at Hoosier Park. So the 2 is scratched. 7 will start from the second tier. Let's turn it over to Bill.
Here they come. They're off and pacing. The first horse away is I'm a Flirt. Up on the outside second, that is Sea of Dreams. Down at the rail third, that's Rose Run Zephyr. Moving along at the rail fourth, that is Oh Mother Well. As they make the turn now, heading down the backside, a race over toward that quarter-mile mark. Out there on the front end is I'm a Flirt, driven by Curtis Harper. Now flying up on the outside to take command, that is Sea of Dreams, driven by Emmanuel Miller. Racing in their third, that's Rose Run Zephyr, driven by Rod Adams Jr. Fourth, it's Oh Mother Well, driven by Pierce Henry. Racing fifth is down the backside, that is Takara's Fire, driven by Drew Neal. First quarter pace in 31 and 2/5 seconds. As they race around the upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. Out there on the front end, that is I'm a Flirt. Racing in there second as they race down toward the half-mile mark. That is coming to the half. That is Takara's Fire. Racing up on the outside with the lead now, as they race past the half-mile mark. That's Sea of Dreams. Sea of Dreams with the lead. I'm a Flirt racing in there second. Rose Run Zypher on the outside third. First half paced in 1:03 and 1/5. As they head down the backside to race toward that 3/4 mile mark. That's Sea of Dreams with the lead. I'm a Flirt at the rail second. On the outside third is Rose Run Zypher. Racing at the rail fourth down the backside. That is Oh Mother Well. Past that 3/4 mile mark. That is still Sea of Dreams with the lead. At the rail second is I'm a Flirt. 3/4 in 1:35 as they race around the upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Sea of Dreams with the lead. I'm a Flirt racing in there second. On the outside third as they race around that upper turn. That is Oh Mother Well as they race through the lane. That's Rose Run Zypher closing, but with the lead. That is still Sea of Dreams. Rose Run Zypher closing fast, but it's going to be Sea of Dreams. And here the outcome. Rose Run Zypher up for place. I'm a Flirt for show. A mile in 2:05 and 2/5.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm looking forward to seeing the 4-horse race again. She's a kind of a petite little thing, but for first lifetime start, she had plenty of pace, it looked like, and just never got any daylight until kind of late in the stretch. But that one kind of intrigues me a little bit. Owned by Cool Winds Farms, but not one that they bred, but it must be something that they kind of see that they'd like to gonna cross something with one of their stallions probably here in another couple of years, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, and like you said, held her own against a tough field of horses.
Yeah,
I mean, she was the only baby that hadn't had a start, so it's kind of a tough thing to be in. Unofficially, Sea of Dreams your winner, Rose Run Zephyr second, and I'm a Flirt third, with the Oh Mother Well finishing fourth. Unfortunately, he's just in time, made an early break and didn't recover well and was way back. I think after they announced the 50-50 drawing, we lost a few.
Yeah, cleared out pretty quick after that.
I mean, still a decent crowd. Still people sitting here. They're going to watch it to the very end. But here comes Manny Miller.
The winners go. Coming in from Apple Creek, Ohio, comes number 5, Sea of Dreams. Owned by Ivy Holdings, trained by Robbie Brooks, and driven to victory this evening by Emmanuel Miller. Now, the blanket for this race is courtesy of the Defiance County Area Horsemen's Association. No one should be on the sulky without a helmet and a vest on. No one should be on the sulky without a helmet and vest. Let's have a big hand here for Robbie Brooks, Emmanuel Miller, and Sea of Dreams, and the Defiance County Area Horsemen's Association, the donors of the blanket.
So there goes Manny Miller and Sea of Dreams, the 13th race coming up, our final race of the night, the second division of the Signature Series pace. This could be a really good one also. We've got 1 scratch. The 2 was Scratch Transportation, and the 5, Attaboy Lloyd, will make the driver Mark Hedworth. So we are scratched down to a field of 4.
Oh, placings.
Number 2, ENA Happy Man had been drawn. Number 3, I'm a Flirt was third. Number 4, Oh Mother Well was fourth. Number 5, Sea of Dreams was the winner. Number 6, Takara's Fire was fifth. And number 7, He's Just in Time was sixth. Time of the first quarter was 31 and 2/5. The half was in 1:03 and 1/5. The 3/4 in 1:35, with a mile in 2:05 and 2/5. From the top it should read 2 scratch 3 4 1 5 6 on the bottom. The mile in 2:05 and 2/5.
I guess I knew what they were, so I didn't think about waiting. It's getting late. So, as we said, the 4-year-old and up Signature Series second division is up. There's some really nice horses in here. It's got some fast records. So we're going to talk about we're scratched down to a field of 4, so we'll talk about those 4 when we come back.
Cool Winds Farm in Lima, Ohio is a full-service standardbred breeding farm. Cool Winds stands the popular dancing Yankee, a 2-time world champion, along with 2019 jug winner Southwind Ozzy, the son of Some Beach Somewhere. Cool Winds also stands the royally bred $2 million earning Western Fame. Be sure to inspect the Cool Winds yearlings at the Ohio Selected Jug Sale at Pickaway on Friday, September 13th.
The Delaware County Fair, where history meets horsepower. Get ready for the thrill of a lifetime as the world-famous Little Brown Jug takes center stage. Witness the heart-pounding action, the thundering hooves, and the sheer determination of these incredible athletes compete for the coveted Little Brown Jug title. Don't miss your chance to be a part of history. For ticket and hospitality options, visit littlebrownjug.com. The Little Brown Jug, where champions are made and legends are born. Be there!
Here we go, 13th and final.
Yep, last one on the books. We've got Trente Dio, Mark St. Louis Jr. up from the rail. Steve Ashby is the trainer. Zachary Jackson, the owner. This is an 8-year-old Captain Treacherous out of a I Am a Fool mare, Electric Fool. 170 lifetime starts. 37 wins, 18 seconds, 25 thirds, $377,780 earned. A mark as a 5-year-old of 150-2. Last year, as a 7-year-old, took a mark of 52-1, and this year has a mark of 151-1 at the Meadowlands. The 2 is a scratch. Riggins Ace, Pierce Henry drives from the 3. Mervyn Schmucker is the trainer, and Lassus Racing from Sheridan, Michigan is the owner. This is a 5-year-old gelding by Riggins out of a Duneside Perch mare. 82 lifetime starts, 8 wins, 6 seconds, 7 thirds, $59,000 in earnings, and a 2-year-old record of 153 at Hoosier Park. This year has a mark of 2 minutes and 2/5 at Northville, and last year 57 at Northville. Frankie Park, Mark St. Louis Jr. up for Brad Wolf. Erwin Wicke from Auburn, Indiana is the owner. This is a 7-year-old Rockin' Image out of a Some Beach Somewhere mare, My Place on the Beach. 103 lifetime starts, 12 wins, 15 seconds, 4 thirds, $105,000 plus in earnings. A 5-year-old mark of 150-4. Last year took a mark at Hawthorne Park in 154, and this year mark at Hoosier Park in 155-1. Attaboy Lloyd and Mark Hedworth from the 5-hole. Trainer is Scott Linville, and the owner is Scott. This is just a 4-year-old by Check 6 out of a Bettor's Delight mare. Has just 57 lifetime starts, 23 wins, 13 seconds, 6 thirds, $102,643 in earnings. A mark as a 4-year-old, so this year lifetime mark is 53-3 at Northfield Park. Had a record as a 3-year-old of 56-2 at Hoosier Park. So this is a...
I'm sorry, did you have a driver for the 4-horse? I missed it. Or the 1?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. I don't know if he said that or not, but I didn't hear it.
I don't think so.
We'll see when they come on out.
I did see Randy Haynes is watching. I don't know if he was on in time to see that filly, but I was impressed with her. We both were. She looked pretty good, Randy.
So I think they gave away the last prize. So
I'm so pumped about my T-shirt. I think that's a really cool shirt. I really like it.
It is neat.
So
Well, and the fact that you got your name pulled, because there was a lot of tickets in there.
Yeah, there
A
was.
A lot of people here.
Definitely looks like Mark St. Louis Jr. on the 1.
On the
so
1,
we
okay.
need somebody on the 4.
Give him a short turn. We're waiting for one more horse. Give him a short turn.
Both my phones are going low battery, so it's have to use the one just to read the program now. I think the lights on the track are better than the lights up here.
Yeah. Yep, they do have some nice track lighting here.
Yes, they sure do.
Okay, there's a 4 horse. Is that Drew Neal? Probably.
Gino Vance Memorial Pace. This is for 4-year-olds and up. Part of the Signature Series. Going for a purse of $2,750 and a blanket courtesy of Big D's. Number 1 is Trente Deo. He's a Bay Ridgeling, 8 years old, by Captain Treacherous, out of Electric Fool, out of I Am a Fool, owned by Zach Jackson, a Minnow on the Lake. Trained by Steve Ashby, driven this evening by Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 2, Seafair, has been drawn, and Trente Deo is a winner of over $377,000, a lifetime mark, 150 and 2/5. Number 2, Seafair, has been drawn. Number 3 is Riggins Ace. He's a Bay Gelding, 5 years old, by Riggins, out of Spatial Rose by Duneside Perch, owned by Laces Racing of Sheridan, Michigan, trained by Merv Schmucker, driven this evening by Pierce Henry, lifetime earnings over $59,000, a lifetime mark, 153. Number 4 is Frankie Park. He's a Bay Gelding, 7 years old, by Rockin' Image, out of My Place on the Beach by Some Beach Somewhere, owned by Irvin Wicki of Auburn, Indiana, trained by Brad Wolf, driven this evening by Drew Neal, lifetime earnings over $105,000, a lifetime mark, 150 and 4/5. And number 5 is Attaboy Lloyd. He's a Bay Gelding, 4 years old, by Check 6, out of J.K. Rubetter, by Better's Delight, owned and trained by Scott Linville of Goshen, Indiana, lifetime earning, driven by Mark Hedworth, lifetime earnings over $102,000, a lifetime mark, 153 and 3/5. Those are your horses for the second division of the 2024 Gene Vance Memorial Pace. Again,
Okay, so we talk about the Signature Series, that they're at 36 participating fairs this year. From here, they move next to Van Wert. There's the Peony Pace and the Harvest Trot. They both go for $5,000 at Van Wert. Then to Canton, where they have the Stark County Pacing Derby and the Stark County Trotting Derby. They each go for $2,200. Hancock County in Findlay, they have the Doc Schoonover Trot and the Hancock County Agricultural Society Signature Series Pace. They both go for $4,500. And then up to Canfield for the Canfield Pacing Derby and Trotting Derby for $12,000 each. Then Wauseon, Fulton County, Worcester, Wayne County, Montpelier, Williams County, Upper Sandusky, Wyandotte County, and then we move to the final at Delaware. So still a lot of chances to get some nice points and get in for those finals.
The Doc Schoonover, I'd have to double check this, but I'm pretty sure I saw him driving at 92 years old at Raceway Park.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, let's turn it over to Bill Peters, our announcer and clerk here at Hicksville, for the call of the 13th race.
There they come. They're off and pacing. The first horse away is Attaboy Lloyd. Moving up on the outside second is Frankie Park. Down at the rail third, that is Trente Deo. And the last horse is Riggins Ace. As they make the turn now, heading down the backside, to race over toward that quarter-mile mark. Mark Hedworth has Attaboy Lloyd out on top. Racing in there second, that is Frankie Park, driven by Drew Neal. Racing along third, that is Trente Deo, driven by Mark St. Louis Jr. The last horse is Riggins Ace, driven by Pierce Henry. First quarter paced in 28 3/5 seconds as they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. That's Attaboy Lloyd along the rail of the lead. On the outside, pouring on the pressure is Frankie Park. Racing along third as he races down to the half, that's Trente Deo. Racing fourth, that's Riggins Ace. 4 paces are well bunched as they race past the half-mile mark. That's still Attaboy Lloyd with the lead, and here comes Trente Deo up on the outside second. First half paced in 58 seconds as they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. That's still Attaboy Lloyd with the lead. On the outside second is Trente Deo. Moving up on the outside third down the backside, that's Riggins Ace. And the last horse going down there is Frankie Park. Going past that 3/4 mile mark, Trente Deo takes over. Jumping back second is Attaboy Lloyd with Riggins Ace moving up third. 3/4 in 1:28 2/5 as they race around the upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Trente Deo with the lead. As they race toward home, that's Trente Deo and Riggins Ace. Trente Deo and Riggins Ace as they race through the lane. It's gonna be Trente Deo, and here's the outcome. Riggins Ace will be up for place. Up for third is Attaboy Lloyd. A mile in 1:59 4/5. So that means that Gino.
Another big night for Mark St. Louis Jr. That's at least 5, right? He won at least the 3 two-year-old colt paces in both divisions of the Signature Series. And
yep, good night.
Probably some more.
Probably some more that we didn't keep track of.
Yeah, I should have kept track of that.
We had, he's leading the county fair drivers. And, you know, a couple years ago, we talked about this when Ronnie Gillespie got over 100. It was really a big deal because nobody had won 100 county fair races. And he's got to be in his mid-80s by now.
Yeah, I would think.
And we've still got a third of the season to go.
Yep.
So
he's putting in the time and miles like Ronnie was. I mean, it's grueling doing what he's doing and driving all over the state. But it's paying off for
some
him.
of these guys are doing double headers. They're racing someplace in the afternoon and then going racing someplace at night. So Trente Deo and Mark St. Louis, your winner unofficially. Riggins Ace second, Attaboy Lloyd third, and Frankie Park fourth. But we will get the official rundown from Bill Peters. We thank everybody for joining us tonight. We had lots of people watching us. We're going to see if they're still going at Lima?
I don't think so. Last time I flipped over, it looked like the end screen.
It is a black screen, so I guess that means they're not going. They're turning off the lights kind of quick here. We only had one person come up for passport tonight.
We're a long ways up.
Yes.
I might have passed on it tonight too.
The winners go coming in from Miller on the Lake, Ohio, comes number 1, Trente Deo, owned by Zach Jackson, trained by Steve Ashby, and driven to victory this evening by Mark St. Louis Jr. Our biker for this race is courtesy of Big D's. Again, the Gene Vance Memorial Pace Blanket goes to the winner of the first division, Surfing the Canyon. They are going to take a picture of the blanket, even though it will go to Surfing the Canyon. We're going to take a picture of the Gene L. Vance Memorial blanket with Trente Deo, the winner of the second division. Let's have a big hand here for Zach Jackson, Mark St. Louis Jr., and Trente Deo. And the Big D's, the donor of the blanket here for the second division.
All right.
So we get the rundown?
Yet.
Okay.
I don't think.
I don't want to miss it again.
No. There we go.
There we go.
Number 1, Trente Deo was the winner. Number 2, Seafair had been drawn. Number 3, Riggins Ace was second. Number 4, Frankie Park was fourth. And number 5, Attaboy Lloyd was third. Time of the first quarter was 28 3/5. The half was in 58 seconds. The 3/4 in 128 and 2/5, with a mile in 159 and 4/5. From the top it should read 1 scratch 2 4 3 on the bottom. The mile in 159 and 4/5. That concludes our racing for this evening.
Okay, we thank everybody for joining us. Don't forget tomorrow, noon, Greenville. 3 o'clock, Woodsfield. 6:30 back here at Hicksville. And 7 o'clock, Greenville. So a big day of racing tomorrow, because then we have 4 days with no fair racing. So get it all in tomorrow. Lots to watch. Thank everybody. Thank you, Matt. Great night here at Hicksville. Have a nice rest of your night, everybody. Good night.
This has been Ohio County Fair Racing. Ohio County Fair Racing has been presented by Midland Acres, thestable.ca, Dublin Valley Farms, Big D Tack and Vet Supply, and the Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center. Ohio County Fair Racing is a presentation of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association.